Where did this expert come from? Everyone felt their minds go crazy. This was only the beginning. Yet the two great experts were stopped. One had to understand that everyone came with great hope, wishing to see Gugu and Shigu's clash. Yet they never expected both of them to suffer a defeat before the battle even began. Moreover, it was done by a single person. Shigu and Gugu both exerted force, precious techniques rushing into the heavens, the skies covered in symbols. They used the greatest power at the extremes of this realm. This was the embodiment of strength, a step beyond the highest limit of the great cultivation realm. This was transcending beyond. However, despite this being the case, they still couldn't struggle free, unable to shake that person off. The two's fists were grabbed, making their arms tremble, bodies contort. Their entire bodies were restricted by a type of terrifying power. Eventually, their heads were covered in sweat, as if they were going to collapse onto the ground. Impossible! Shigu screamed out. It was because they had defied normal reason, broke through the limits, already transcendent individuals in this cultivation realm, at the very least unmatched in the void god realm. Even if Shigu and Gugu fought, there wouldn't be much difference between the two. There was no way this type of overwhelming power could come from a single side. If they wanted to win over the opponent, they had to pay an extremely great price. However, this person before them did it too easily, suppressing them just like this. "Are you willing to bow before me?" Xianxia asked because he really was interested in these two. "Who are you?" Gugu asked. "Honglong." In the distance, a great sound erupted. A strange bird appeared, its entire body burning, turning into a pillar of divine flame, as if a true phoenix appeared in the world, sweeping towards Xianxia. You finally appeared, Bird Grandpa's bird. It seems like your strength has improved," Xianxia said to himself. Pong! He loosened his hands, letting Shigu and Gugu go. They staggered backwards, faces pale. At the same time, everyone saw Xianxia leap out, rush onto that giant bird's back, firmly standing on it. That true phoenix-like divine bird cried out, extremely unwilling. However, after struggling intensely for a bit, it could only bring him into the distance. What happened? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Everyone felt a bit dizzy. This series of events happened too quickly. That bird has a great history in Void God Realm, possibly the bird raised by the legendary Bird Grandpa. When that bird left, someone said in shock. During these years, there were many people who learned that Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder's identities were special, possibly the protectors or rulers of the entire Void God Realm. This was a major event. What kind of origins did that individual who suddenly appeared have for Bird Grandpa's divine bird to move out? Was this to receive him? On a great cliff, that giant bird dove down, descending here. His body quickly shrunk. On the mountaintop sat an elder, precisely the past Bird Grandpa. Xianxia landed, a bit shocked. Bird Grandpa's state was extremely strange, releasing a terrifying aura, as well as a bit of darkness feeling. This wasn't quite the same as before. One thought to attain enlightenment, 1 year falling into depravity. Back then, he already had this type of feeling, sensing that Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder were extremely strange. "Who are you?" Bird Grandpa asked. A strong aura of darkness spread. "It seems like the symptoms of you two became more and more severe, already forgetting who you were." Xianxia sighed. Back then, these two were already like this, forgetting their past. Only when they were woken by Xianxia did they know about some of their past. Now, their conditions were extremely bad, revealing a terrifying side, no longer divine. "Where is Coin Elder?" "I am Huang," Xianxia replied. He already knew that these two's primordial spirits were entrusted to Void God Realm, unknown where their true bodies were, unable to return to their true selves, which was why they lost themselves. It's you. You actually returned." Bird Grandpa's eyes erupted with brilliance, as if he woke up. The darkness aura receded, divine and auspicious brilliance surging once more. Xianxia released a breath of relief. Fortunately, this person didn't forget his past friends, finally remembering some old events. "I almost forgot myself. Now that I have awakened again, I really don't know whether I should feel blessed or regretful." Bird Grandpa said. I came down from the higher realms, only having one objective, which is to obtain the precious technique. Sure, no problem. Bird Grandpa was extremely brilliant, his temperament becoming completely different from before, telling Sure how that as long as Coin Elder returned, the two of them could undo the seal, fetch the precious technique ancient scroll to honor their commitment. Where is Coin Elder? Sure how asked. Hong. Suddenly, the praying mat Bird Grandpa sat on shook. He seemed to have sensed something, his eyes erupting with brilliance. Things are now troublesome. Bird Grandpa sighed. What happened? Sure how revealed a strange expression. You most likely cannot return. Someone cut off your path of return, closing the path into the higher realms, locking you in this realm. Bird Grandpa said. He was an administrator, able to see Void God Realm's various changes, even able to know what happened to the passage connected to the higher realm. In the higher realm, those giant golden gates were closed, sealed. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Sure how's primordial spirit couldn't return, forever trapped in the lower realm. This meant that the connection between his primordial spirit and his body was lost. Once time went on, that body's bloodline would wither, definitely rot away. They really dared seal it, Sure how said coldly. He had also predicted that there might be people who were extremely vicious, cutting off his path of retreat. However, he didn't expect it to be so fast. Are you not worried? You might end up just like us. Flesh and primordial spirit forever losing connection. Bird Grandpa said with a sigh. Didn't you two say before that once one is powerful enough, even natural laws can be blasted through? Those golden gates can be forcefully broken through as well. Sure how said. He spoke this because he had confidence, long wishing to size up those golden gates. You little lunatic. Could it be that you did this on purpose? Really wishing to break through those golden gates, establish a magnificent feat? Bird Grandpa was shocked. I didn't purposely leave them with hope to plot against me, just that these people were too vicious, actually wishing to harm me like this. As for me, I naturally wished to forcefully break through. Sure how said. Even though his tone was easygoing, he didn't dare to be too careless, immediately wishing to rush back. Why don't I try to break through Void Dao Realm's gates first? Sure how even had the nerve to smile, calming himself down. Don't. Bird Grandpa stopped. Then he opened up the gates for Sure how, letting him in. It will be dangerous. I hope you can smoothly break through the golden gates. Bird Grandpa said with a sigh. Hong Long. The heavens collapsed and earth split. Sure how stirred up lightning as he moved, following the stone path up heaven's path. Woo! Huang was forced to death just like that. It's too easy. Killing him didn't take much at all. It was extremely easy. Outside Spirit Realm's great golden gates, there were a few creatures speaking softly, conversing with themselves. They were all powerful individuals, secretly taking action, closing the golden gates, cutting off Sure how's path back. Moreover, they asked the god of natural laws to seal this place. It's just Huang, nothing more than a youngster. In the end, he was too immature, dying so early. His fate has long been decided. Dang. Just as they were laughing and chatting, a great noise sounded. Someone was smashing at the giant golden gates. Oh! At the same time, a roar sounded, accompanied by lightning. A great impact smashed against the golden gates, shaking everyone until even their souls were trembling. So strong. Huang's reaction really is quite fast, slaughtering his way back, wishing to forcefully break through. It's useless no matter how strong he is. It is already too late. These great golden gates are different. They are created by the natural laws protecting Spirit Realm. There is no way he can defy the heavens and break through. Dang! The great gate swayed, sparks flying in all directions. There was flowing light that surged. Dang dang! That day, accompanied by metal shaking noises, the golden gate was actually struck until it deformed. Many fist imprints appearing on its surface, bumpy and uneven. Dong! After dozens to over 100 strikes, everyone behind the golden gates became alarmed. This was just too freakish, ridiculously powerful. The golden gate seal was loosening, unable to suppress this place. Dang! Finally, a light noise sounded. Cracks appeared on the Golden Gate, leaving many people incredibly worried. Too freakish. Why is he this strong? This completely exceeds the extreme limit. Cannot even the Golden Gates hold him back? A few people panicked, becoming extremely shocked. Dang! Another loud noise sounded. Spider threads immediately covered everything below the Golden Gate. The cracks clear. With a loud dong sound, the Golden Gates were blasted through. Heavens! This is a monster! Even Spirit Realm's passage has been opened up, blasted through by someone's fist. Spirit Realm, behind the Golden Gates. Many people were shocked, crying out loudly. On the Golden Gate, there were too many fist imprints, bumpy and uneven, the scene terrifying. Moreover, in the end, a fist smashed over, forcibly blasting through that giant gate, shocking everyone. A group of people became scared. Even though they knew Huang was strong, they never imagined to see this type of scene. They couldn't help but shiver all over. He was too much of a freak. This was but a passage into Spirit Realm, the gate into a spiritual world formed from natural laws. It exceeded the limit of the world's power. It shouldn't be possible to destroy it. But reality was right before their eyes. Even if they didn't believe it, Huang slaughtered his way over just like that. Dang! When that fist retracted, and then struck out again, the Golden Gate shook. That opening immediately became many times larger, many people seeing that youngster clearly. At this time, Huang carried a cold expression, currently silently looking at them. His fist shone, precious techniques erupting, his power heaven-reaching, earth-moving. This scene really was a bit frightening. Run! Someone screamed out. This time, they knew that they really offended Huang badly, provoking a huge disaster. What followed was most likely going to be howling winds and torrential rain, facing his unstoppable invasion, ruthless slaughter. Dang! A loud noise sounded, exceeding the past. The fist imprint sure how displayed this time flowed with all types of light, fist strength exceptional. It was because this was the joint power of several types of precious techniques. The entire Golden Gate was struck flying, shocking all of the creatures in Spirit Realm. Even though many people were running, that Golden Gate still smashed firmly into quite a few powerful beings' bodies. It was because it was too fierce, too fast, impossible to avoid. Pooh! Large amounts of people coughed out blood, quite a few of them screaming out. Their bones broke and muscles snapped, becoming seriously injured. All of this happened too quickly, a sudden change that was impossible to foresee. Could this be blamed on them being careless? Not at all. They originally believed that this would result in Huang's inevitable death, yet in the end, they were foiled just like that. Huang was ridiculously powerful. Who could have predicted that he could break through the Golden Gates? It was because from past until now, no one had truly been able to break their way in. This completely defied normal reasoning. Now, Huang used his actions to prove to everyone that he was unmatched, that he exceeded the limit. Not even Spirit Realm's passage could stop him. A nightmare. This person is simply a nightmare. A few creatures shouted out, quickly fleeing. Hong Long, Sure How walked over, a fist smashing out. Lightning stretched out for tens of thousands of li. The ones who had long rushed into the air and fled towards the horizon were all struck. This was the Lightning Emperor divine ability, the power of the Lightning Emperor fist. When one fist smashed outwards, thousands of streaks of fist radiance erupted, all of them tens of thousands of li in length. As a result, in the sky, a rain of cultivators fell. A large number of individuals crashed down, all of them smashing into the ground. Under this fist, there wasn't any suspense. Many people directly exploded, blasted into pieces. There were quite a few who became charred coal, unable to get back up, killed. This was definitely a tragedy. It was because damage in Spirit Realm would result in great harm to one's vitality in the real world. Yet now, it wasn't as simple as just a single person suffering damage, but rather a slaughter, or perhaps it could be called a massacre. If the injuries in Spirit Realm were too terrifying, it would result in one directly dying in the real world. In theory, only soul-shattering needles or soul-extinguishing pagodas could completely kill someone, end their lives in the real world. However, there were some instances where, if the destructive force was too strong, smashing apart the primordial spirit in spirit realm or void god realm, it might also lead to someone completely dying. Now, Hao attacked furiously, so it was naturally terrifying beyond compare. That day, in the 3,000 provinces, within a few great sects, many people screamed miserably, and then their bodies gradually became ice-cold, losing vitality. This was a tragedy. For a few ancient inheritances, it was definitely terrifying. There were some experts who died just like that. Inside spirit realm, Hao's face was cold, truly angered. His face carried endless killing intent, surging like a sea in this world. The Battle of Desolate Border. For the sake of stopping the other side, many heroes fought while drenched with blood on the battlefield, never to return. Meanwhile, you all never went to the battlefield. Being unable to help is one thing, yet you always wanted to kill me. If you have the guts, go to the desolate border. All of you ought to be completely wiped out. Hong Long. Hao turned into a Kuan Peng, massive beyond compare, rushing 90,000 li into the air. The skies resplendent with golden feathers that carried black patterns. The terrifying aura that spread everywhere was beyond compare. At this moment, Hao was unmatched. In the form of a Kuan Peng, he swept through who knew how many tens of thousands of li, not showing any mercy, slaughtering these creatures. The golden gate behind him was smashed through, while now he was so heroic and unmatched, striking down mountains and rivers, wiping out the cultivators of all clans, truly making this place seem like doomsday had arrived. Hong Long Long. The heavens collapsed and earth split, ghosts cried and deities howled. He slaughtered his way over, blood flowing in streams. Of the cultivators who previously participated in the sealing of the golden gates, even if they weren't completely killed, it was pretty close. As for spirit realm's god of natural laws, that stone person, it appeared again. As a result, its body crumbled apart, turning into flowing light, scattering once more. Exceeding the limits, this would forever be the theme of the void god realm and spirit realm. As long as this was accomplished, then one would truly transcend above, surpass all predecessors, able to break through all rules and restrictions, topple normal reasoning. Hao was hunting them down. He turned into a 10,000 li long Kuan Peng, his roar ringing through mountains and rivers, unstoppable. No one was able to block his path. He now understood a bit more about spirit realm and void god realm. Was this the holy land the ancient people used to foster the most powerful individuals? Hao swept through everything in his path, leaving this place's mountains and rivers in ruins, corpses everywhere. Not a single individual could contend against him. That day, the 3,000 provinces were greatly shaken. Some of the ancient sects could be said to be miserable, one more tragic than the last. The experts in the clans all faced disaster. There were some whose vitality was greatly injured. For them, today's experiences would forever be a nightmare, impossible to get rid of. Meanwhile, for others it was even darker. They were directly killed, no chance to ever wake up again. Stop! In the distance, a great roar sounded. A simple and ancient copper palace appeared, carrying strand after strand of immortal Tao energy, suppressing towards Hao. Hao's mind jumped, his pupils contracting. He really didn't dare act too carelessly. The massive Kuan Peng body shrunk, returning to a normal human body. It was because that copper palace was extremely dangerous, carrying immortal energy, as well as intimidating power. Immortal palace's people? Chi. That copper palace shone. At the same time, several dozen pieces of green copper rust appeared. They were like cursed clouds, covering the world, carrying a type of soul-shivering power. Immortal palace's rust stains. This was the embodiment of curse power. Back then, when Hao was in the lower realm, he had previously been attacked by an old servant with the copper rust, thus almost dying, buried in Stone Village for a year before reviving. Could be said that this battle was one of the most dangerous ones of his life. Now, he didn't dare look down on this. How could he act recklessly? He avoided the green copper rust. At the same time, he was inwardly shaken. This was spirit realm, yet the Copper Palace appeared. Did they bring in the spirit of a true immortal artifact? Or was this to say, this was that supreme treasure's projection, sent into spirit realm? Shao's figure was like lightning. While quickly evading with a chong sound, he drew the sword core, hacking forward. He had long made his preparations, deciding to use this weapon to face the Copper Palace in the immortal mist. No matter what divine weapon or sharp blade it was, as long as it had natural laws and order interweaving within them, they could also enter spirit realm or void god realm. Dang! In the distance, sparks flew in all directions. After Shao's sword hacked out, that Copper Palace shook intensely. He was a bit lacking in confidence, because it was rumored that an immortal was sleeping within the bronze immortal palace. Even though he had long become half-crippled, he was still an immeasurable existence. Now, this Copper Palace appeared. Was it a projection or interweaving natural laws? Was it coming to suppress and kill him? If it really was that Copper Palace, was there an immortal inside too? Xiao had confidence that he exceeded the limits, able to defeat all enemies in Void God Realm and Spirit Realm. But those were all individuals in the mortal level, belonging to mortal Dao. Once it touched upon immortals, even if it was a crippled one, the consequences would be hard to foresee, everything pointing towards disaster. He felt like this spiritual world might not necessarily be able to restrict an immortal the same way it restricted him. Younger generation, you dare point your sword at my immortal palace? A middle-aged man appeared, standing in front of the bronze immortal palace, coldly looking down at Xiao. Less nonsense. It was you who stood in my way, taking action against me first. Xiao said coldly. That is because you acted too viciously, killing too many Dao friends. I came to stop you. Stop your slaughter. That middle-aged man shouted coldly. You really are merciful. When the great battle of Desolate Border was going on, why didn't I see you displaying your power? This time, they viciously tried to end my path of life, instead asking your immortal palace to take action now. I really want to ask what you all are trying to do. Xiao berated. Brazen, the middle-aged man shouted. Get lost. Don't think that just because you have a true immortal to rely on, that I will be scared of you, that I have to lower my head. When Xiao saw how arrogant he was, he rushed forward murderously, naturally wouldn't show mercy. He raised the sword core, hacking down in that direction. Pooh! After a short clash, following a dozen or so strikes, Immortal Palace's middle-aged man burst with blood, struck by the sword core. His entire body flew outwards, right arm leaving his body. So what if it was Immortal Palace? After tearing apart all face, Xiao would similarly cut them down without exception. The middle-aged man landed on the ground, right arm flying out, dark red blood scattering outwards. His body staggered about, face turning pale white. His hair was disheveled. Suddenly raising his head, cold light shooting out of his eyes, carrying rage and hatred as he stared at Xiao. That Copper Palace above his head rumbled. Immortal energy flew out streak after streak, auspicious energy exuberant, flowing down, protecting him within. Huang! His expression was extremely vicious. His appearance was originally aloof and transcendent, a descendant of a true immortal family inheritance. Yet now he only carried bitter resentment. At this moment, the middle-aged man's arms formed imprints, deriving unmatched methods. He was forming the human immortal imprint. A massive figure appeared behind him, the human immortal void figure, resonating with him, moreover affecting the Copper Palace above him. In reality, he was precisely operating the immortal artifact, making it revive, erupt with endless immortal light, wishing to suppress and kill Xiao. Fortunately, Xiao had the everlasting immortal sword core. This ancient artifact was extremely strong, able to withstand those powerful magical artifacts, which was why Xiao rushed over with this sword core in hand. Hong! The sword core enlarged, no longer like an immortal sword. It quickly expanded, becoming like a giant mountain ridge, smashing over just like that. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. The sword body shone, smashing on the giant copper palace, making it tremble endlessly, continuously rumble with noise. The green copper rust flew in all directions. In that instant, immortal light flew in all directions, killing intent surging. Pooh! That middle-aged man coughed out blood. Even though he wasn't struck, that sword core's power was too vicious, directly injuring him. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, staring at the bronze palace, examining it. He revealed an expression of surprise. This immortal artifact was suppressed, not displaying the immortal Tao power it should have. This left him shaken, at the same time a bit uncertain. Right now, Xianxia stared forward, his eyes flickering with cold light. If immortal Tao power really was suppressed here, he really didn't mind ending things here, directly slaughtering his way over. If that copper palace had a half-ruined true immortal, then he would just kill him. It was because he didn't have the slightest good impression towards this sect. During the Battle of Desolate Border, they were nowhere to be seen, yet now they dared come here to stop him. Hong! Behind Xianxia, a pair of golden wings appeared, Kuan-Peng wings. A lightning pool imprint appeared between his brows. The lightning Tao divine ability. Reincarnation symbols flickered about his chest area. A golden willow tree projection appeared behind his back. In that instant, Xianxia raised himself to his most powerful state, and then directly slaughtered his way over. Since they were already confronting each other, these people attacking him, then what was there to hesitate over? He would just directly kill them. Who cares who this person was? Who cares if Immortal Palace was powerful or not? This was an enemy right now, so he will just kill him. After releasing all of his body's potential, Xianxia reached his most powerful state. With the sword core in hand, he moved his terrifying wings, surrounded in lightning, accompanied by time imprints, supported by golden willow branches, about to rush inside the copper palace. You dare! The middle-aged man was horrified. Was this fella mad? What was he trying to do? Whatever the enemy wanted to do, he would naturally go against it. Hong! The two clashed, incredibly intense. In reality, Xianxia's targeting of Bronze Immortal Palace was still a diversion. The main thing was still to get rid of him first and then focus on examining the Copper Palace, see if there was a slumbering immortal inside. If there was, then he would directly kill him. If his suspicions were correct, then this was an extremely rare opportunity. Pong! Even though the middle-aged man was a top-level expert, when fighting at the same level he wasn't a match for Xianxia at all. He was smashed by a lightning fist and sent flying. Although the middle-aged man ignited Immortal Tao secret methods patterns in the Bronze Immortal Palace, he was still not a match. That type of retaliation was completely useless. This was especially the case when he lost his right arm, leaving him in an even more powerless situation. Even if he recreated another arm, it still wouldn't be enough. Ka! Under the fluttering of time fragments, he began to age. Hong! The final strike in particular. The giant Kuan-Peng wings behind Xianxia covered everything, like two giant blades, directly dicing him into 4 pieces. Blood poured out. Immortal Palace's middle-aged man screamed out miserably, in incomparable pain, unable to defend himself at all. Not even the Copper Palace he brought was enough. One had to understand that this was an immortal artifact, yet it couldn't do anything to Huang, stopped by a sword core. In the end, he didn't know enough, becoming an errand boy, a probing chess piece. Pooh! Xianxia's sword descended. The middle-aged man turned into a rain of light, disappearing from this place. Even though he was just a lackey and not a true supreme being who descended, he was still someone from Immortal Palace after all, his life precious, having life-protecting measures. He disappeared from Spirit Realm. As for the Copper Palace, he couldn't tend to it at all. Zheng. Sword radiance shook the heavens. These were released by the golden willow tree behind Xianxia. Willow branches became perfectly straight one after another, like immortal swords, all of them trying to pierce into the green copper rust-stained ancient palace entrance. Dong! Chaotic energy spread. The Copper Palace shook, green copper rust falling off piece after piece. It released a hazy light, flickering with terrifying Tao law force. Xianxia was inwardly shocked, quickly backing up, moreover raising the sword core in his hand to block in front of him. Not good. Xianxia sensed that the situation was extremely unfavorable. The so-called spirit realm couldn't suppress immortal Tao power at all. There was terrifying power surging from within the Copper Palace. This exceeded the limits of what he could withstand. Was this the immortal Tao domain? At the same time, the Copper Palace was brilliant. The green copper rust seemed to have completely vanished. Only immortal Tao laws interweaving, becoming an unmatched domain, about to crush everything. The entrance to the Copper Palace was no longer hazy because the rust was scattered by chaotic energy and immortal radiance. One could see a flame rise from within the palace. It wasn't all that dazzling, but it couldn't be overlooked. There was a type of terrifying fluctuation that made one sigh. In his surroundings, immortal Tao natural laws appeared. The most powerful natural order was like chains, tangling and winding about, making that place appear increasingly divine and terrifying, making one shiver in fear. Youngster, you are too arrogant. What kind of place do you think Immortal Palace is? You even dare attack this treasure. An imposing voice sounded, carrying great changes, as well as a wave of coldness, even more so a wave of killing intent. Xianxia was horrified. This was immortal Tao power, definitely the real deal. Was it the Copper Palace's artifact spirit? Or was it a true immortal ruined body? It was hard for him to tell. Who are you? Xianxia asked. The true immortal still living in this world. That voice was extremely cold, and also extremely ruthless, calmly saying this. Xianxia released a sigh. Things were now troublesome. How was he supposed to withstand the other side? A true immortal really did sleep within this Copper Palace? The most important thing was that the strength of a true immortal far exceeded the regulations of Spirit Realm. It was impossible to restrict him. There was no way for him to contend against this existence. He began thinking to himself. He had a few more trump cards to rely on, but they were probably all useless against a true immortal. Would that thing work? He recalled an object, but he immediately felt sentimental. Meng Tianzhang didn't use it even when he was killed in battle. Back then, when he left it to Xianxia, he said that he couldn't touch it unless he was about to die. You are a true immortal? Where is your body? Perhaps you've already died a long time ago. Xianxia had himself calm down. He looked forward, staring into the flame in the Copper Palace, speaking like this. The ruined body is eternal, coexisting with the world, eternally unfading. Unfortunately, if I wanted to reach my peak, it is too difficult. Inside the Copper Palace, that flame released sound. I am only an imprint that was separated out to accompany this divine flame. However, it is already enough to burn you to ashes. What he spoke was the truth. Even an imprint was enough to kill all enemies below immortal Tao. That was a different level of power. The separation between human Tao and immortal Tao was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sigh! Xianxia released a light sigh. Even Meng Tianzhang didn't use it. Did he have to use it himself now? If he didn't use it, he would definitely die. Did you know? Killing an insect like you doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment at all, only disgust. Inside the Copper Palace, this voice sounded from within that flame. In this ruined immortal's opinion, killing a mortal Tao domain creature was a type of degradation, even more so degenerating. An existence of his level actually had to take action. In his eyes, no matter how great this youngster's potential was, he could still only be considered an ant right now. He still hadn't transformed, never flew into the sky, rushed into the heavens. You really are arrogant. Xianxia felt anger inside, and then asked, I don't understand. The two of us do not have any grudges. Why do you want to kill me? You are the sinner's blood descendant, even obtained the Kuan Peng's inheritance. Your aptitude not bad, at odds with my bloodline. Instead of having a conflict with you in the future, it is better to just cut you down now. A calm voice sounded from the flame in the Copper Palace. If he wanted to kill Xianxia, it really was just this simple. You never showed yourself during the Battle of Desolate Border. Yet you are now taking action against me. Do you even have the face to call yourself an immortal? Xianxia mocked. Just an ant. Even if you holler and bare your fangs at me, what use is there? A ruthless voice sounded from that fiery light. Right now, Hao already had a flame of rage burning within him. He didn't use the object Great Elder Meng Tianjing left him, always communicating with a type of substance within his body, calling out to it. All right, you can go on your way. You've disturbed my sleep. Even though killing you will dirty my hands, it can also be considered to be preventing a potential future disaster. This cold voice sounded from within the Copper Palace. Hong! Right at this moment, that flame threw itself over, incredibly fast, impossible to avoid, carrying immortal Dao power. Hao stood in place without moving, remaining extremely calm. However, a flame rushed out from within him, only the size of a fist, extremely brilliant and dazzling. He also had a flame within him that had accompanied him for many years. It had always been carving all types of great Dao imprints, but never displayed its power. Only today, right at this time, did it move, burning terrifyingly fiercely, exceeding the past. It immediately devoured the true immortal's will and the fiery light. No, that imprint screamed out, extremely fearful, roaring out, struggling intensely. Fiery light immediately overflowed into the heavens here. However, not a single strange could reach Hao. All of it stopped by the flame that rushed out from within his body, moreover devoured. Ruined immortal ant. Hao didn't move, speaking like this, quietly watching everything. Ruined immortal, even if he really was half ruined. No one dared to look at him like an ant. He was still powerful beyond compare, impossible to win against. The reason why Hao said this was completely to mock him. It was because not long ago, the ruined immortal inside the Copper Palace looked down on Hao like this, saying that killing him was even dirtying his hands. The fiery light was brilliant, shining endlessly. No one could have predicted this result, even Hao himself not even thinking it would be like this. The true immortal imprint was engulfed, burned. Originally, the Copper Palace's ruined immortal imprint was wrapped within his own true flame. But now, another true flame appeared, actually wishing to kill him. This is no! The ruined immortal screamed out. He really was unwilling. The insect before his eyes was actually about to kill him. Who would believe this if news of it got out? A burst of fiery light formed completely from symbols jumped about there, flickering. It was divine and auspicious, of course, this was only for others. For the ruined immortal, this was hell, an abyss that he fell into. It was too hard to struggle free, a flame that meant destruction and withering away. Oh! He released a great roar. Fiery light overflowed, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. The surrounding mountain peaks were all burned until they were scarlet red, turned into magma, and then they dried up. Nothing could stop this power. This was the true flame of a ruined immortal, representing immortal Dao power, able to destroy everything. However, it just couldn't kill Hao because he was protected by a lump of fiery light. How could this be? He screamed out. His body was breaking apart, the so-called immortal Dao imprint already splitting to pieces. He was going to be destroyed. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, as if the people of this world were torn apart, about to head towards doomsday. The ruined immortal released one final roar. All of the fiery light exploded, raising who knew how many tens of thousands of li around it to the ground, turning it into a sea of magma, and then into ashes. He died just like that, devoured by the fiery light. In the end, when everything calmed down, only that lump of light remained in front of Hao. It was the size of a fist, formed from symbols jumping about. Without a doubt, it absorbed the ruined immortal's true flame, refining its essence and merging it into itself, quickly devouring it. Everything ended just like that, as if it was just a nightmare. The immortal Dao expert's imprint was burned to death just like that. This place was completely a scene of desolation. Everything within a range of hundreds of thousands to millions of li was destroyed, mountains and rivers ruined. This was definitely terrifying. One strike, just a single flame created a scene of Judgment Day. So, that Copper Palace rushed into the sky, wishing to leave, turning into a rain of light. It wanted to escape. Xianxia stared blankly, and then his expression changed. He quickly rushed out. In the end, he also turned into a rain of light, leaving spirit realm. In the meditation room, Xianxia's true body suddenly opened his eyes. They were like torches, burning fiercely, lighting up the entire stone room. The emperor butterfly fluttered about his shoulders. Xianxia got up, extremely hurried. He rushed out of his place of seclusion like a gust of wind to see his parents and immortal Qin. He was going to bring his family away and immediately leave this place. It was because he had murdered an immortal. This was definitely a huge matter. A storm was definitely going to stir as a result, the consequences impossible to predict. If he really completely killed him, then that was one thing, but he only destroyed an imprint of the ruined immortal, not the true body. This would likely bring about a huge disaster. Under that type of situation, he had no choice but to kill. He didn't have a choice. What? You killed an immortal? Even Xianxia and Qin Yining had long viewed their eldest son highly, thinking of him as a heaven-warping genius from the past until now. They never expected to hear this world-shocking piece of news. This kind of magnificent feat was completely unimaginable. In the past, they were all discussing if there were any immortals in this great era. All sides believed that no one could take that step. Yet in the end, their eldest son directly killed a true immortal. I didn't truly kill him, only destroying some imprint. However, that is precisely why this is a huge disaster. We have to immediately leave, Xianxia said. When Immortal Qin, who hurried over and learned of the situation, he was completely stupefied. This brat really knew how to stir up trouble. He even dared touch that level of existence from Immortal Palace? Things aren't necessarily that bad. There isn't a need to truly fear him, Immortal Qin said after some thought. And Xianxia was shocked. Based on my understanding, the existence sleeping in Immortal Palace is only a ruined immortal. Immortal Qin said. Through him, Xianxia understood more. During the battle back then, Immortal Palace's existence really was beaten into ruin. Only a small piece of his body left, primordial spirit also in pieces, not complete at all, greatly damaged. It wasn't that he didn't want to immediately recover, but rather because the enemy's natural laws corroded his magical body and soul, impossible to eradicate. It worsened by the day. Eventually, he could only struggle whilst at death's door. He cannot come out, Immortal Qin further explained. Immortal Palace, this was an extremely mysterious ancient land. There was an immortal spring there, that existence restricting itself at the mouth of the spring, remaining dormant since ancient times. If not for that immortal spring, he would have long died. Even during immortal ancient times, when the world was full of prosperity and glory, there were only a few immortal Tao springs in the world. In the end, under that battle, they were all destroyed, experts wiped out. The ruined immortal was already an unmatched being in this great era, which was why the spring that remained ended up in his hands, nurturing his damaged body and soul. As for that bronze immortal palace, normally it was located above the immortal spring, rarely moving. It was usually used to protect that place. The ruined immortal left behind an extremely important imprint in that copper palace precisely to control everything. Once some change happened, they could immediately summon that ancient copper palace. Now, you killed the imprint inside that copper palace. The consequences of this are huge. It might bring about terrifying effects to the ruined immortal. He will suffer a backlash, Immortal Qin said. It was because the ruined body was damaged to begin with, using the immortal spring to preserve his life. Now, it lost another important soul imprint. For him, this might be catastrophic. Immortal Qin suspected that when faced with this type of critical damage, the ruined immortal wouldn't dare appear in the world, most likely immediately diving into the depths of the immortal spring to nurture his ruined body. Otherwise, he might die. Ah, so it was actually like this? Xianxia was quite shocked. His random attack, summoning that true flame, actually had a chance of completely killing this immortal? Why don't I just directly march in while he's weak and finish the job? Completely eliminate him, Xianxia said fiercely. If the ruined immortal remained, then it would always be something to worry about. You cannot. Just because the ruined body doesn't appear in the world doesn't mean he isn't strong or can't fight, but rather that he treasures his life. If you head over, he will definitely release a powerful attack, display the most terrifying fighting strength, cut you down regardless of whether you are a god or Buddha. Of course, once he comes out and fights like that, he will most likely not be able to live any longer, basically burning away his true self. Immortal Qin shook his head. Otherwise, why didn't he appear in the world after all these years, always remaining hidden, only able to watch as the world underwent changes? He has the power of an immortal in vain, this cowardly and greedy for life. If I was him, I would have definitely dragged my ruined body to desolate border to carry out the final battle. Die gloriously. Shihao said. After learning about the ruined immortal, when he thought back to Meng Tianzheng, compared the two, it filled Shihao with loathing towards the former, full of disdain towards him. That is a ruined immortal after all, his methods heaven-reaching. Even if he can't leave the immortal spring, he still has many other methods. Qin Yining was worried, wishing to immediately bring her eldest son with her back to the lower realms. Only, even though there were several important clues regarding how to head down to the lower realms, they weren't fully confirmed yet. It's fine. As long as the ruined immortal can't truly emerge into the world, my immortal mountain can take on any other methods. Immortal Qin said. This type of confidence left Shihao quite shocked, let alone Xiling and the others. With 5-phase mountain here, others won't dare act rashly, Immortal Qin said. It was because 5-phase mountain was a divine object, a true supreme treasure. What a pity. It has suffered damage, moreover put under some mysterious seal. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. Immortal Qin said. The reason why Immortal Qin could obtain 5-phase mountain was completely because of that immortal bone. It previously allowed him to obtain all types of natural luck. Among them, this 5-phase mountain was the most mysterious, as well as the most terrifying. Immortal Qin would never forget the scene of when he first encountered 5-phase mountain. That year, his chest was burning, that immortal bone shining, releasing all types of symbols from within him, forming an immortal flame, pointing him towards a certain direction. In the end, he actually broke into a damaged ancient world. In this place was an ancient mountain that looked like the 5 fingers of a hand. 5 peaks rested side by side, immortal energy surging, primal chaos erupting. On the mountains were remains of gods and devils, terrifying beyond compare. In that place, he had previously heard a voice like a sigh, but also like a type of recollection of the past. 5-phase mountain had many gods and devils within its primal chaos, many innate divine beings birthed on it. However, in the end, they all died from fighting a great battle. Immortal Qin didn't hide anything, speaking about the scene he saw the first time he saw 5-phase mountain, making everyone here couldn't help but suck in cold breaths of air. Dong. That day, in Immortal Palace's direction, a terrifying aura erupted. Heaven overflowing immortal mist spread, tearing apart the sky dome, making a few stars in outer space fall. This scene shocked everyone. When news traveled out, the 3,000 provinces were all shaken. Moreover, after the terrifying immortal Tao aura erupted, that region suddenly became completely still. Correct. It was a deathly stillness after a vigorous eruption. It was like the flame of a candle, suddenly becoming brighter in the wind, and then instantly going out. The oil within the lamp has burnt out, final radiance of the setting sun. Someone immediately made this shocking speculation, believing that the ruined immortal that might exist in Immortal Palace was finished, likely already falling into an eternal slumber. This was definitely a major event. Heavens, I previously heard that the experts of all sides went to keep the immortal in check. Even Immortal Palace moved. Could it be that, because of this, something unexpected happened? Something that led to the ruined immortal's fall? The explosive news shocked the 3,000 provinces. This triggered a huge earthquake, the experts of all sides speechless. Soon afterwards, someone went to confirm this, following an ancient path towards the region Immortal Palace resided in, wishing to look into what exactly happened. Not many people in this world knew that Immortal Palace was here, but there were still some who did. Immortal Palace has sealed their mountain, that bronze Immortal Palace suppressing that entire region. It cannot be approached. When these news sounded, it triggered a great commotion. Everyone was sure that something strange happened in Immortal Palace. Defied the heavens. Huang might have killed an immortal. That day, many people cried out. The powers of all different sides. Many great experts' faces were deathly pale. All of them extremely worried. It was because not long ago, many great powers went to stop Xianxia, wishing to cut off his return path in spirit realm. Later on, they instead suffered severe casualties. However, at the time they weren't worried because there was a mortal palace protecting them, definitely able to kill Xianxia, end his life in the end. Yet now, it seemed like that was wishful thinking. Huang lived, moreover might have killed an immortal. That day, many great sects brought precious gifts, paying visits to Immortal Mountain, entering Qin family. Many inheritances actually came here to apologize. It was because there were some who believed that even if Huang wasn't here, he would definitely have some type of connection with this place. Important figures from some inheritances paid visits to 5-phase mountain one after another. They were indirectly seeking out Huang's whereabouts, wishing to know where exactly Xianxia was. This was extremely important. I have not seen him. Immortal Qin shook his head. He had previously appeared, receiving some important figures. Of course, there weren't many who were worth him making an appearance for, all of them the leaders of certain inheritances. For several days, visitors continuously appeared in Immortal Mountain, bringing precious gifts to express goodwill. It was because the Battle of Spirit Realm really scared many inheritances badly. Huang was too savage, turning into a Kuan Peng unstoppable, all of the men sent out from various sects suffering great defeats. Almost all of them were wiped out in that battle. Even if it was in the spiritual world, not a battle in the real world, large numbers of people still died miserably, forever deceased. This was a display of strength. Huang slaughtered out a vicious name for himself. Just how many years had passed? Yet he actually already changed so much, exceeding the lords of many inheritances. Back then, he could be looked down upon by some sect masters, a small cultivator they could suppress and kill with a raise of their hands. Now, even Immortal Palace was destroyed under his hands. Huang really didn't come here? A cultivator tried to worm his way into Qin clan, secretly gifting a stalk of precious medicine. Little brother, how about we have a chat? It was to the extent where even those under Qin clan were bribed, trying to obtain some information from them. Immortal Mountain immediately became bustling with activity, drawing people from all sects, all for the sake of understanding and getting closer to Huang. However, Qin clan's people were tight-lipped, not leaking out any information, but precisely because of this, everyone instead felt more and more confident that Xianxia came here. Regardless of whether he was still here or not, he definitely appeared here before. Dao brother, we really have to ask you to help us out. We had a bit of misunderstanding with that little Dao friend Huang before. We are hoping you can help us reconcile with him. Soon afterwards, a few people brought over gifts to Qin clan, the value many times more precious than before. In the following days, Qin clan received a tremendous amount of gifts, personally sent over by a few ancient sects elders out of guilty conscience. All of this was for the sake of easing the tension they had with Huang, fearing that he would come to get revenge. It was because Huang was too savage. If he went mad, directly stirring up trouble in their sect, even if they weren't slaughtered until heaven and earth were flipped, the entire sect wiped out, it would still definitely be extremely terrifying. Inside Immortal Mountain, Xianxia stroked his chin, a bit speechless. Was he really that vicious? Those great sects were already scared before he even took action. Scared badly, taking the initiative to express goodwill, wishing to change their relationship with him. In just these few days alone, within a certain treasury in Qin clan, the heavenly treasures were piled up into a small mountain. Really too many. They were all gifts from those people. This was really outside of Xianxia expectations. Originally, after killing an immortal, he thought that he provoked some huge disaster, preparing to return to the lower realms as soon as possible. Yet in the end, who would have expected that something unexpected happened to that existence? Hard to say if he would even survive, intimidating many sects because of this. He didn't refuse those inheritances goodwill, all newcomers welcome. No matter what they gave him, he took it without exception, having Qin clan's people collect it for him. Little friend, are you in need of these heavenly treasures? Even Qin clan's people's eyes were red. It was because Huang didn't even come out, not saying a word, yet some great sects moved out like this, giving him so many things. I really need them. Don't you all see? These hundreds of children are begging for nourishment, and there's also the lower realm's stone village, all of them waiting for me to rebuild it. Sure Hao spoke things directly, pointing towards the children he brought back from desolate border and mentioned the lower realms. A few more days passed. The number of people who came to visit Qin clan became a bit less. Sure Hao's skin was extremely thick. He found Immortal Qin, having him secretly spread the news for him. Tell those inheritances who previously tried to attack him in spirit realm that if they wanted to get along, that wasn't impossible. As long as the heavenly treasures they brought could satisfy him, then he'll just treat it as water under the bridge. When Immortal Qin heard this, he immediately became speechless. Didn't you just put away a pile of treasures? Now you want more? This is extortion. Those were brought over by them on their own, so it can only be counted as a bit of goodwill. From here on out, it'll depend on their performances. Sure Hao said. When some inheritances heard this, they couldn't help but curse out. Some of them even more so abused roundly, saying that Huang was too despicable. However, there were some who compromised, having people go to ask Qin clan what exactly Huang wants, what he needs. Sure Hao opened his mouth like a lion, directly stating that he wanted the clan's well-known treasures. He didn't want all of them, but he had to have the unique ones. For example, the spiritual medicines some ancient sects excelled at growing, they should gift him some more medicines. There were some inheritances that were good at smelting weapons, so they should pass along a weapon refinement secret text. This was simply like a Taotai opening its mouth, about to swallow up all of these sects. Many people couldn't take it, but there were still some who were worried, in the end gifting him some special great gifts. Huang. This brat doesn't know the height and depth of heaven and earth. He escaped death by a fluke in spirit realm, yet he really does think of himself as a supreme being. You are going too far. Just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Yet you dare act so insolently, bullying our great sects. There were some who didn't lower their heads, secretly passing along their intentions, wishing to rope in some people, find a way to get rid of Huang. Sure Hao went on his way, personally heading to a region. It was because there were some extremely ancient clans living there, hidden families. It was rumored that they might know the path into the lower realms. During these days, Shi Xiling, Qin Yining, and the others used Immortal Mountain's power to investigate a lot, confirming that it should be in that region. Those clans might have people who knew about this. Qin clan already communicated with that place for many days, but there were no results. Those people remained tight-lipped, not expressing anything. Thus, Shi Hao decided he was going to head out himself, get to the bottom of this. Once he found the ancient path, he would immediately bring his family into the lower realms. While we were rebuking heaven and earth with our power, that brat Huang's ancestors were still drinking milk. Yet today, he actually dares to act this insolently. Shi Hao already heard some of these words. He couldn't help but sneer. There were no walls that didn't leak wind, because these were originally curses, yet in the end, it was disclosed by others, informing Qin clansmen. Meanwhile, this provided that not even those who bore hostility against Shi Hao weren't that united, perhaps even at odds. There were some inheritances that leaked out information, purposely wishing to harm the other ancient sections. Shi Hao continued forward. When he passed a region, he just happened to notice that there was an inheritance named Scarlet Light that bore hostility against him. This inheritance relied on underworld earth, its sect master previously berating him for being still wet behind the ears, saying that he was courting death. Hong. That day, this ancient sect that wasn't all that massive, but still quite powerful, had their gates directly hacked through by Shi Hao's sword core. Then, he released the Kuan Peng body, completely destroying everything. He didn't willfully slaughter the innocent, but the sect's leaders still had their heads removed. Their divine bird bodies roasted in public, becoming golden meat and eaten. Then, he seized all of their palaces without any reservation, completely looting their treasury clean. This was like thunder, crashing down on hundreds of provinces, ringing throughout the 3,000 provinces. Demon King. This was the evaluation many people gave him. Huang was too savage, directly flattening an inheritance, even roasting and eating those divine birds. It truly scared many people. The 3,000 provinces immediately erupted with noise, many people discussing with each other. Through this event, everyone knew that Huang was secure in his backing, and that something really bad happened to Immortal Palace's ancient existence. Otherwise, why would Huang dare take action? Moreover, was this provoking Underworld Earth? Scarlet Light sect relied on Underworld Earth. This was something everyone knew. This is killing the chickens as an example for the dogs. A few people sighed, the expressions on their face ugly, feeling incredibly worried. It was because there was more than a single sect that cursed Huang, allying together to kill him. Now, Scarlet Light was wiped out. This immediately left many sects shaken, making them panic. In reality, Xianxia merely got rid of Scarlet Light sect along the way. He didn't have any plans to face the world alone. It was because he had even more important matters at hand, wishing to verify if there were any problems with that path into the lower realms as soon as possible. Heaven Province. Xianxia revealed a strange expression. He discovered that while speeding along, he actually entered Heaven Province, passing through this place. The Celestial clan resided in this provinces, which was why this province was known as Heaven Province. Celestial clan, this was not a sect foreign to him at all. For Xianxia, he had too many memories that weren't all that great. This was a place full of grievances that he almost died there. A place he had hated incomparably bitterly. Back then, he protected Yunxi, escorting her through hundreds of thousands of li, safely bringing her to Celestial clan. Yet in the end, this clan bit the hand that fed them, throwing him into prison. In that place, he was stabbed and cut by sharp swords, even suppressed by this clan's experts, almost dying. Everything was because they desired his Kuan Peng precious technique and other things. This clan repaid his kindness with evil, directly becoming hostile, making Xianxia's heart feel incredibly cold even now. One had to understand that he escorted the pearl of their clan Yunxi back, yet received this type of treatment. I'll pay these old friends a visit. Xianxia decided to head to the City of Heaven. Make a trip there. He was dressed in precious clothes that fluttered about, electrical light curling about his body, strong winds sweeping about. He instantly crossed hundreds of thousands of li, quickly heading into the distance. City of Heaven. This was a giant city that floated in the sky, as well as the Celestial clan's ancestral land, their most important inherited ancient city. Before he got closer, Xianxia thought of a few people. The two of them both came from the lower realms, previously having important interactions, even traveling through life and death for hundreds of thousands of li, yet in the end, there was only opposition from Celestial clan. Red Spider Lily, Fu Chu. Celestial clan's two other pearls. Celestial clan's number 1 genius of the younger generation, Yu. Did he rise up once more? There was also that so-called 3-stone monarch, someone who kept too low of a profile. This person should be extremely terrifying. Did the old Celestial return? Xianxia thought about quite a few things, and then a hint of a cold smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He directly headed towards Celestial clan's important land. What was there left to be scared of now? As long as he didn't step into a great formation, he just had to fight to the end. The size of the land Celestial clan occupied was vast, the population great, but that City of Heaven had another secret land that could only be entered through following a few hidden paths. In the end, Xianxia arrived through a transport formation, entering a pure land that stretched across 100,000 li. This was Celestial clan's medicine garden, as well as their source of divine beasts. City of Heaven floated in the heavens above. That area was not visible, only the great Tao and primal chaos could be seen. Xianxia was now completely different from before, his strength advancing tremendously. No longer the small cultivator others could bully at will. He could move unhindered under the heavens. Chi. At this moment, Xianxia moved his Kuan Peng wings, yin and yang energies swirling about, tangling about the lightning, immediately tearing apart the void. He ascended into the skies in an unhurried manner. In the past, this was completely impossible. He would have to follow a divine formation in order to approach the city of heaven. Irregular scenes appeared with each step, flickering about. Xianxia's figure carried divine radiance, releasing auspicious multicolored light. He walked on the sky dome, rising up one step after another, entering the sea of clouds just like that, passing through layers of great Tao restrictions. City of Heaven, this place had existed since ancient times. There were powerful and terrifying formations here, protecting celestial clans' land of inheritance. One could clearly see hazy ripples cover the entire ancient city. These were the great Tao's order, divine Tao regulations that formed a domain, affecting this entire space. In City of Heaven's surroundings, this domain was extremely powerful. If he hastily attacked the city, he would naturally suffer a counterattack. Normal cultivators would be instantly torn apart, crushed into fine powder. City of Heaven was well fortified. If they hid inside this city and carried out defense, it was almost impossible to break through. In the past, there was a group of powerful experts who attacked together, even summoning down stars from outer space, making them rain down on this city, yet it still didn't fall. At that time, the city erupted with radiance, ripples spreading out, forming a divine domain. All of the stars that touched the city walls were turned into ashes. Hong! In City of Heaven's surroundings, black lightning appeared in the air, and then five-colored divine multicolored light erupted. In the end, there were even blood-colored great Tao patterns that interweaved, this entire place becoming chaotic. It was because Xianxia forcefully broke in, approaching this place, about to attack the city, making the City of Heaven shake greatly. Who is intruding into my clan's forbidden land? A person from inside the city cried out in alarm, because someone was about to invade their great ancient city. A great enemy was invading. The ancient city's formation was activating. Xianxia frowned. Celestial clan wasn't simple after all. Entering secretly wasn't an easy task. As a result, he stopped. Normally, he wouldn't recklessly take risks. After all, this was Celestial clan's ancestral land, a place that used to be dazzling and brilliant. When facing this type of clan that used to be extremely glorious, no one dared look down on it. Now Xianxia didn't need to hide anymore. He revealed his true self, standing in the sky, coldly looking forward. In the past, he had to constantly hide himself, not daring to reveal himself to others. One of the biggest reasons for this was because Celestial Clan was chasing after him. Xianxia! A group of people cried out in alarm, recognizing him with a single look. This was the youngster from back then. Now that many years passed, he was still young, but his aura was already completely different. Even though his appearance hadn't changed that much, his delicate and handsome exterior now carried a bit of an imposing feeling. Huang! Someone said softly, expression a bit pale. By now, Huang's name had also spread throughout the 3,000 provinces. After Spirit Realm's battle, his savagery was something everyone knew. It already spoke for itself. A few great sects had tried to harm him, cut off his path of retreat. Yet in the end, he directly smashed open Spirit Realm's entrance. He then unleashed a counter-slaughter, making quite a few inheritances suffer severe losses. As for whether their celestial clan participated, it was unknown. However, there were some experts who continued to remain in seclusion without coming out. This was perhaps not a good sign. This was especially the case now, when some of the news regarding Huang's battles had already reached this place. Even those below heard some rumors. That was why quite a few people felt headaches, their fine hairs even standing on end. This was a ferocious individual who was unstoppable, sweeping through his enemies even during Desolate Border's great battle. There was already no one left in his generation who could face him. What foreign side's highest bloodlines, he would similarly kill them without exception. Now, this type of glorious individual slaughtered his way back. How could they not be scared? Protect the city. Defend. A few people cried out loudly, now truly scared. They couldn't help but be alarmed. Everyone knew what they did to Huang back then. They schemed against him for his precious technique, not hesitating to directly have a falling out, throwing him into prison, tormenting him until he almost died. This type of grudge most likely couldn't be dissolved. Honglong, city of heaven, shook intensely, endless light rushing out, forming ripples that spread outwards in its surroundings, crushing all tangible matter. Celestial Clan activated their defensive formation, not only resisting, even more so about to take the initiative to attack. Hao's expression was cold. His body flickered like an illusion. A powerful aura hid the sky and covered the earth, but it was also incomparably aloof. He vanished from his original location, appearing in the distance. He didn't fight them head-on, there was still no need to do that right now. Shua! Divine radiance erupted. He disappeared from this place, arriving on the ground below once more. It was because everything within a range of 100,000 li was part of the medicinal herb gardens and divine beast plains. Quite a few precious things here. Hao swung out his sleeves, releasing a golden lion out. Go! Pick this place clean. Along the way, in order to move quickly, he didn't ride this lion, instead splitting the heavens as he moved, crossing millions and millions of li. The entirely golden fearless lion was now already extremely obedient. It no longer dared to make random jabs at Hao because the longer it was with Huang, the more it experienced his terror. Oh! A lion roar rang out. Within 100,000 li, all types of precious birds and beasts trembled. They all laid down on the ground, bodies shivering, truly terrified. Even the divine birds that flew above landed on the ground, shaking all over. The golden lion was extremely terrifying. A golden aura rushed out from its entire body, intimidating everyone in all directions. It was only because it ended up running into Hao that it was in its current situation. Otherwise, it would be unstoppable under the heavens. At the very least, it would be hard for it to encounter its match. Then, it produced a spatial treasure directly sucking everything up. This 100,000 li divine garden was simply about to be completely sucked away. On the ground, there were countless medicinal herbs, all of them collected away. The same went for those birds and beasts, all of them plundered, taken into that spatial magical artifact. Inside the city of heaven, many people were stunned. Then they became furious. This was the medicinal field they opened, the spiritual beasts they raised. Yet it was all seized by this person. You dare! Someone roared out. Hao knew that Celestial Clan's true great medicines and other things wouldn't be planted here, definitely stored in the city. However, stealing everything within 100,000 li like this would definitely make this clan's faces turn green. Hao sat on the golden lion, arriving outside the city of heaven again. Now, the higher levels of city of heaven knew that the youngster from the past had returned. They were all shaken. On the city walls, layers and layers of ripples rushed out. Light poured down from above, protecting the entire ancient city. A few people stared forward in shock, looking at that youngster. All of them were extremely startled. This youngster was just too powerful. Even his mount made all of them shiver, truly terrifying. Hao, what are you here for? Someone shouted. Repayment. This was the only word he had. He stared at the ancient city's people, some of them familiar, some of them unfamiliar. These people had showed him extreme contempt, almost killing him. Now, they were all already looked down upon below his feet. Haven't the past events long been settled? Little friend, is there a need to be so overbearing? An elder said. This was an important figure from Celestial Clan, an old elder. The events of the past have long been settled? You say this quite easily, but why did I have no idea this was the case? Hao said with a cold voice. Back then, this clan humiliated him like this, locking him up, stabbing him with a divine sword, almost killing him. Now things were settled with just his words? Little friend, hasn't my clan's old ancestor already drank and chatted merrily with you in desolate border? The elder said. Ha ha! Hao roared with laughter. But then it came to an abrupt halt. Drank and chat merrily? Was that something you guys felt yourselves? Why do I, someone directly involved, have no knowledge of this? He had indeed met with the old celestial, only spoken a line or two. When had they discussed things further? Moreover, at that time the old celestial was more an enemy than a friend. Ha ha! Suddenly, on the city walls, another figure appeared. The old celestial made his appearance. He was still old, but compared to before, his complexion was a bit better, his vitality much improved. It was clear that he obtained tremendous benefits in Desolate Border, ingesting some great medicines that lengthened his lifespan. Otherwise, his body should have already passed away. Little friend, it seems like the misunderstanding between us is great, still carrying some resentment. How about you come into the city and we can have a chat? The old celestial said. Sure How remained indifferent, looking down on everyone, not entering the city. It was because he was deeply aware that this place was different. It was because he had visited Desolate Border, naturally understanding the truth and secrets behind the archaic 6 great celestials. Normally speaking, this city couldn't be rashly stepped into. You've returned as expected, Sure How said coldly. After the Battle of Desolate Border, there were several intense clashes, many bloody battles, but the old celestial didn't die, safely returning. This could be considered a stroke of luck in itself. In the final battle, even though those who participated from the city were only a small portion of people, before then, there were several large-scale bloody battles in the Great Desert. This old one was showed consideration by the heavens, luckily able to survive and not die. Being able to meet little friend here again really is a blessing, the old celestial said with a smile. At this time, a few more figures appeared on the city walls, all of them important figures from this clan. There were some elites and well-known individuals from the younger generation as well. For example, the past number 1 genius who was almost crippled by Sure How back then, Yu, as well as Fuchu and Red Spider Lily, these 2 pearls. Then, 3-stone heavenly monarch appeared. This individual could also be considered a heaven-warping figure, rumored to not have incredibly high aptitudes before, but eventually became extremely mysterious and powerful. Then, a purple-clothed young lady appeared. She was beautiful and moving, purple hair shining, her sparkling white face full of shock, beautiful pupils releasing divine multicolored light. She was Xianxia, also one of the individuals who were directly involved back then. I don't want to waste my breath. The 2 of us both know what happened back then. I came here today for repayment. If you can satisfy me, then I will leave here right now. Otherwise, Sure How spoke extremely directly. On the city walls, a great disturbance erupted. When had they ever experienced something like this? Someone stood right in front of City of Heaven, demanding repayment. This was just too domineering. This was especially when this was a single person, an extremely young human. This was too shocking. The younger generation were all looking at Sure How, not a single person unaware of who he was. It was because back then, they had fought until they were defeated miserably, all of their expressions incredibly complex. They never expected him to come back. Xianxia's beautiful hair fluttered about, her graceful figure releasing bits of sparkling light. She was extremely shocked, mind in great chaos. That person from many years ago had appeared again, returning from Desolate Border. She had previously heard that Sure How had shaken up Desolate Border through fighting. The battle with the other side came to a close, yet this past old friend didn't die, instead returned with glory. Now she saw him again. Sigh, little friend's talent really is exceptional. I never expected you would come back on a fearless lion, 1 man 1 mount visiting the city like this. Do you intend to break into City of Heaven? The old celestial said, his eyes flickering. Everyone was greatly shaken. Didn't the fearless lion clan disappear for a long time already? There was actually someone who used it as a mount? It made them shiver inwardly. Some people recognized that this lion's cultivation realm was extremely high. Huang approached the City of Heaven again. His cultivation now advanced by leaps and bounds. Even his mount was a powerful, fearless lion, intimidating all sides. A golden mount carried that youngster, the 2 overlooking all under the heavens. Their presence oppressed the City of Heaven, now reaching their gates. It was clear that they had a score to settle, that they were going to fight the Celestial clan. This made many people frown, feeling like things weren't right. The higher levels heard that he was now powerful beyond compare, not killed after 100 battles in desolate border. Now that he returned, how many people dared provoke this type of fierce person? What they heard definitely weren't just rumors, because their clan's old celestial had previously left to join the battle, personally experiencing it, watching Huang's glory in desolate border. He was just a youngster in the past, yet in just a few years, has his cultivation really become that terrifying? Someone said quietly, finding this hard to believe. One had to understand that Huang was still only a 20-something-year-old, currently at the age where one begun to display their vigor and vitality, the golden age. It was precisely this youngster who was now at the self-release realm, defying normal reasoning, establishing a legend among legends, the only example in this entire great era. This was a heaven-defying monster, his glory impossible to duplicate. In the end, this individual who was so incredibly young knocked on their door. This meant that in the future, they would always remain under his intimidating gaze. A genius like this with such tremendous prospects, destined to overlook the 3,000 provinces. Just how long was his age of brilliance going to continue for? It was unimaginable. Many people already foresaw that he had only just reached his golden age, his glory possibly continuing for a great era. Such an endless amount of time. How were they even supposed to cross it? If he was hostile towards Celestial Clan, there will definitely be many chances to completely wipe out this clan, not even a single person able to remain. When some of the elders thought of this, their bodies couldn't help but break out into a cold shiver. This type of conclusion would be too terrifying, just the thought alone making them shudder uncontrollably. Little friend, there were some misunderstandings in the past. We are willing to resolve them. An elder said. It was because when they thought about what was going to happen, all of them were extremely horrified. Merely some casual words. Yet you want the past grudges to be resolved? Sure how sneered. This sentence made many people's expressions change. Huang wasn't willing to dissolve the grudge. However, when they thought of the past events, many people couldn't help but remain silent, while quite a few people who were directly involved felt even more vexed and dejected. One had to understand that their relationship with Huang in the past, if it couldn't be dealt with, it would definitely be one of enemies. Huang escorted Xianxia back. If they didn't carry malicious intentions that led to a series of unavoidable events, how could things have ended up like this? In reality, if it wasn't them deliberately making things difficult, carrying such greed for How's precious technique, there was no way their relationship would be like this. There was no need to think in detail about some things. If things developed normally, Huang would definitely have a close relationship with them, a great friend. Even marrying into Celestial Clan wasn't entirely out of the question. A few people secretly looked towards Xianxia. In the past, How escorted her back, the two acquaintances even back in the lower realms, their relationship close. In the higher realms, they even more so experienced life and death together. Afterwards, no one expected so many things to happen. Xianxia's expression was complicated, the expression in her eyes full of dejection and regret. Back then, Celestial Clan showed how such contempt, truly sending him down a path of demise, almost killing him, making it impossible for him to turn around. At the same time, she also sighed inwardly. If she had remained persistent to the end, fiercely opposing it, How's experiences might have been a bit better. Many things, once they happened, there would be no other choices. Celestial Clan's actions were too decisive. She could now only sigh. Many people from Celestial Clan felt regret, because this powerful young genius originally stood together with them, should be someone on their side. Now he actually became the enemy, threatening them. In his future glorious years, he might make eradicating Celestial Clan his mission. When they compared then and now, many people from Celestial Clan felt so much regret even their stomachs turned sour. Huang, you better not bully others too far. At this time, someone from the younger generation spoke out, because they were full of anger inside. Even though they knew how strong Huang was, in all these years how many people dared act this domineeringly? It was just one man and mount, yet they dared plug up their entrance, threaten a clan. When they heard these words, many people's faces changed, especially the older generations, giving him a glare, having him shut his mouth and not act randomly, saying that he definitely couldn't provoke a great disaster. Roar. Sure How didn't say anything, but his mount, the golden lion, released a great roar. Golden light surged, sounds shaking heaven and earth, shouting, "Less nonsense. If you can't accept this, then leave the city and fight. This one will send all of you on your way." It was just this powerful. It was just a mount, yet it dared shout out like this. However, no one dared say anything back. One had to understand that this was a clan who dared face Immortal Monk King, its bloodline rare and powerful. This was especially the case for the old Celestial who had gone to Desolate Borders battle, deeply understanding what kind of status the fearless lion had in the other side. He couldn't help but release a sigh. Even throughout Immortal Ancient Great Era, this clan always acted powerfully. What is so formidable about him? My Celestial clan's experts are as numerous as clouds in the sky. Don't tell me we still need to be scared of him? Just activate the formation and directly kill him. Someone said softly. Even though many people had restraining fear, there were still some warlike individuals who were unconvinced. Senior brother Yu, when you fought with Huang before, was he really that terrifying? Someone from the younger generation asked. Yu was known as Celestial Clan's #1 expert in the past. No one able to match him. He was outstanding even when compared to all of his peers in the 3,000 provinces. However, after a great battle, blow flowed, his body becoming half crippled. Even his own Heaven's Mandate stone seized. The only fortunate thing was that the clan was able to help him recover in the end, and in recent years, he walked his own path, starting to show signs of returning to his true self. There were some who said that he was now more terrifying than before. Yu released a light sigh. Back then, I fought intensely with him, hard to differentiate between us, but in the end, I was defeated. During these years, I have always remained in seclusion, comprehending the Tao, taking another path, one of my own. I originally believed that if I met him again, I could fight with him, compete for supremacy again. However, now that I've seen him, I already know that he has gradually gotten further and further away, already not someone my generation can face, someone we can catch up to. Yu didn't feel dejected, speaking this extremely calmly, as if it was a completely normal thing, as well as something that made perfect sense. This left everyone shocked. This was but Yu, the proud and arrogant #1 of the past. Yet now he remained so calm, losing the will to fight upon seeing Huang. He believed that, in this world, no one in the younger generation could face Huang. It seems like time in Desolate Border really tempers the person. Just what has he experienced? A few people sighed. Huang was destined to become unmatched, impossible to suppress. This had already become the common knowledge of many. What about him? Can he win over Huang? Someone asked with the lowest voice possible, glancing in a certain direction. There was a youngster there, known as Three-Stone Heavenly Monarch, Celestial Clan's most powerful inheritor in all of history. Of course, this most powerful pointed at those of the same level. He wasn't someone of this age, previously vanishing for an endless amount of time. For some reason, he went into hibernation, body function stopping, remaining at his age of youth. However, Three-Stone Heavenly Monarch remained extremely calm the entire time, no intention of taking action. If there is a battle, I will also be defeated in the end. Three-Stone Heavenly Monarch actually spoke up, extremely calm and collected, not feeling like he was losing any face. Even he spoke like this, the others all trembled. Little friend, how about we just let bygones be bygones? You have just reached your golden years. We are willing to reconcile with you. The old Celestial spoke. This time, his attitude was extremely low, not saying much about anything, doing this to ease the rhythm everything was heading towards. This made the entire clan tremble from top to bottom. Sure How was a bit surprised. Celestial Clan already lowered their heads like this. From what he suspected, there should have been a battle. This clan shouldn't have lowered their heads so quickly. When wrong things are done, the price naturally has to be paid. I came for repayment. I don't want to have come for nothing. Sure How said, his eyes quickly passing over everyone in the city. That's fine, just speak. What do you need as repayment? The old celestial said. He looked towards a few higher-level figures, and then towards Yunxi. This left Yunxi stunned. Shihao laughed and said, "It's really simple. I wish to borrow City of Heaven's Immortal Ascension Stone." These words made many people's hearts sink. A few older generation individuals' faces felt ashen, some of them becoming angry, wishing to berate out. But in the end, they held themselves back. Immortal Ascension Stone, what was this? It was their clan's supreme treasure. How could they lend out something like this? Huang didn't come here with goodwill after all. The old celestial was troubled, saying, "How about we change the item? It isn't a problem even if we let you take a look at our sect's ancient scriptures." Everyone was moved. This place immediately erupted with noise. For the sake of resolving their conflict with Huang, they were actually going to pay such a great price, let him examine their ancient scriptures? However, Shihao directly shook his head. "I have enough scriptures on me already. Bit off more than I can chew. I already do not have a need." Everyone became speechless, becoming dumbstruck. How heaven-defying was this person? When a world-shocking set of scriptures was offered, he didn't even want it. However, when they thought back to the legends of Desolate Border, learning just which precious techniques he grasped, they didn't say anything. It was because there were terrifying rumors that Huang possessed several types of precious techniques that belonged to the Vicious Ten. Moreover, having true immortal Tao ancient scriptures. As such, he really didn't need their clan's scriptures. "I only want the Immortal Ascension Stone," Shihao said. Back then, when he was in Celestial Clan, he had previously seen this rock. Moreover, he had broken through the limits, raising it up. In the past, no one at the Supreme Expert realm could lift the Immortal Ascension Stone. Meanwhile, that time he received tremendous benefits. This stone's patterns shone, interweaving with him, helping him restore his own innate Supreme Being precious technique. When he was young, someone gouged out his bone, his first Supreme Being precious technique becoming damaged and incomplete as a result. Then, the Immortal Ascension Stone directly helped him complete it. Just how heaven-defying of a miraculous stone was this? That was why Shihao always remembered it. There was an immortal melody in this rock, capable of a myriad of transformations. If it was nurtured by immortal energy, it could compose a set of world-shocking scriptures. Little friend, this really leaves us in a bit of a difficult situation. How about this? We'll bring the Immortal Ascension Stone over, place it on the city walls. Should little friend need it, he can inspect it under close distance. The old celestial said. He left, personally going to bring over the Immortal Ascension Stone. Soon afterwards, he returned, placing a miraculous stone on the city walls. This wondrous stone was normally ancient-looking without much brilliance. Only when it was truly activated would there be a rain of dazzling and incredibly mysterious ascension light. Below the Supreme Expert realm, it was simply impossible to move it. Little friend, please come and have a look, the old celestial said. Many people revealed expressions of shock, backing up. Shihao remained extremely calm, not walking forward, not approaching the city. It was because he deeply understood how extraordinary City of Heaven was, that he couldn't be careless. One had to understand that, in the past, this place had produced the archaic 6 great celestials. Only after heading to Desolate Border did he understand the details regarding the archaic 6 great celestials. Celestial Clan's past was indeed astonishingly glorious and terrifying. Among the 6 great celestials, one of them had become a supreme being, another a half-supreme being, a hair away from stepping into that domain. This type of backing and this type of strength really were frightening. There were some who said that the strongest 2 were a generation older than the other 4, not belonging to this great era, true immortal ancient people. There were others who said that the archaic 6 great celestials were actually 3 generations of people. The current living old celestial with the weakest strength was also the one who was youngest. Celestial Clan used to be one of the most powerful clans of the 3,000 provinces. During the archaic times, they could contend for the title of emperors in the mortal Tao domain. This was definitely a fact that didn't need to be doubted. As such, Shihao wasn't willing to rashly step into City of Heaven. Of course, he wasn't completely scared either, just that he didn't want to have to fight with his life on the line. After all, he seized the initiative right now, basically plugging up the city, sealing this clan's way out. And suddenly, Xianxia was shocked. He discovered something on him becoming hot, releasing a rain of light. He was moved. When he unfolded his hand, there was another object, void immortal gold steel. The thing one of the golden undead knights, Sanzang, brought out of immortal domain, given to Xianxia in repayment. This wordless heavenly text belonged to the age of Emperor Collapse. Now, there was actually a reaction. Wang. Within the city of heaven, a rain of light filled the skies above the city wall. Shocking changes happened. Ah, what happened? No! Many people cried out. It was because the immortal ascension stone moved too suddenly, directly moving through the skies, flying out of city of heaven. Cho! The immortal ascension stone flew out, turning into a stream of light. Large amounts of scarlet immortal Tao multicolored light erupted, shooting outwards. During this process, the void trembled. All types of Tao patterns covered everything like ripples. It produced a great divine light path, quickly rushing over. Xianxia's large sleeve swung out, directly collecting it. He had already set his eyes on this stone for a long time. He never expected that it would fly over on its own. But now that it did, why would he be overly polite? When it entered his hands, he could sense how heavy it was. It was like a massive boulder, but for the current Xianxia, this wasn't much at all. Ah! Immortal Ascension Stone. Heavens! My clan's supreme treasure has been seized by Huang. City of Heaven erupted with noise. This was the ancestral treasure passed down in this clan, yet it was mysteriously lost just like that. How could they accept this? Just now, it was the supreme treasure that flew out on its own. Someone spoke this out loud because they saw this clearly. There were formation patterns on the city walls, a great formation long set up, making it difficult for anyone to go in and out. However, the Immortal Ascension Stone resonated with this place, so it wasn't hindered at all. It rushed out itself, the great formation not sending it back. This truly was a great formation, one that was alive, able to distinguish between friend and foe. The formation spirit could separate those that were its own and its enemy, which was why the Immortal Ascension Stone could escape. There were some people who were immediately stunned, feeling like this wasn't realistic at all. Why did the clan's supreme treasure abandon them, running over to Huang? Impossible. He definitely used some secret method to steal my clan's ancestral treasure. Isn't the Immortal Ascension Stone used to comprehend the Tao? It has its own spiritual senses. Can it run? Many people had strange expressions on their faces, as if they were seeing this stone for the first time, feeling that this was inconceivable. Regardless, reality was right before their eyes. The old celestial was dumbstruck. How could he have predicted something like this would happen? Not even he knew that this stone would run, that it could escape. Huang, return my clan's treasure. Someone roared out. Give it back. Many people shouted out. How could they let this thing fall into the hands of others? There was no way they could let others steal it. This was the divine object the archaic 6 great celestials brought back through joint force. It was rumored that back then, for the sake of seizing this supreme treasure, they fought until blood flowed like rivers, the sun and moon losing light. Fortunately, at that time, Celestial Clan was at its most powerful. Now, Huang came, just gesturing with his hands, and then the Immortal Ascension Stone ran. This made everyone so angry they almost pulled out their beards. How could they accept this? Ha ha! Xianxia roared with laughter, using his hand to stroke this stone. It looked rough and simple, but it was definitely priceless, a rare supreme treasure. This stone really was too heavy, could definitely be used as a blunt weapon. Even when powerful individuals were struck by it, their bones and muscles would likely still tear. However, when he carefully sensed it, Xianxia didn't sense any spiritual consciousness. This wasn't some living thing. There was something inside. This was the immortal melody. It wasn't a type of will or some unmatched expert's divine consciousness imprint. Thanks a bunch. Xianxia laughed loudly, waving towards City of Heaven. The Immortal Ascension Stone was in his hands. It first returned to its ancient appearance, and then it released a rain of light that was incomparably divine, brilliant to the point of making one's heart tremble, difficult to control. Since you all gifted it with such great kindness, then it would be impolite to refuse. I guess I have no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Xianxia roared with laughter. Everyone wanted to vomit blood, all of their eyes burning fiercely. Xianxia stroked the immortal ascension stone, discovering that it really did have some type of connection to the void immortal gold steel. The two of them seemed to be resonating with each other. And, suddenly he was shocked, his eyes widening. In his other palm, that void immortal gold steel produced a figure. What was going on? In the past, this immortal gold book was basically just a brick, even its shape and size similar, always remaining quiet, not moving, not reacting to anything. If there was a scripture inside, Sanzang definitely wouldn't have gifted it out so generously. One had to understand that this was something from the age of Emperor Collapse. If there were scriptures inside, then it would be priceless. It was rumored that the most powerful being in a certain immortal domain clan, someone known to be one of immortal domain's highest existences, became able to dominate the world precisely because he obtained a scripture from the age of Emperor Collapse. This type of thing couldn't be seeked out. Even if one searched for endless time, how many clues would there be? In Xiao's opinion, this immortal gold book was pretty much only good for refining a weapon. He never expected it to move today. It really exceeded normal reasoning. There were actually some changes. He lowered his head, his eyes narrowing, carefully looking at it. That void immortal gold book's figure gradually took form. This was a humanoid creature, standing there, not moving at all, like a figure that appeared out of a smooth mirror. The rest of the immortal gold book was indistinct, sparkling and brilliant, mist swirling about. Only that figure released Tao laws patterns accompanying it. Xianxia was greatly shaken, fine hairs standing on end. It wasn't that he was frightened, but rather that he was overjoyed. This thing held great mysteries, possessing pleasant surprises that exceeded one's imagination. He didn't lack scriptures right now because he grasped quite a few great methods, all of them waiting for him to raise them to their absolute peak. For example, the imperishable scripture. This was the great method that he wanted to obtain the complete text of and fully cultivate the most. Unfortunately, there was a part that was lost in a nine heavens restricted region. Right now, he had no way of looking for it. If he barged in, there was a good chance he might not be able to return. However, despite this being the case, with him having many other great divine abilities on him along with several secret methods, he was still overjoyed. The age of Emperor Collapse contained tremendous secrets. If this was an ancient scripture, perhaps it could reveal a corner of the mysteries. Is it an unmatched scripture? Or is it some type of historical recording? Heh! He really looked forward to it. With a schwa sound, he put away the immortal gold book, storing this piece of stone into a beast skin pouch as well, directly carrying it on him. Little friend, this immortal ascension stone can be lent to you to use, but what is the meaning of you directly taking it? The old celestial said, his face darkening. Now, he already couldn't remain calm and collected, really panicking. The past archaic 6 great celestials went through untold hardships and tribulations to bring this back from an area of historical remains, almost dying before bringing it back. How could they lose it? Today, I came for repayment. You all wanted to gift out the immortal ascension stone. Isn't this quite normal? Could it be that you want to go back on the deal? I definitely won't agree, Xianxia said. Younger generation, you are going too far. An older generation figure couldn't take it anymore. Even though they previously restrained themselves, that didn't mean that they would continuously swallow their anger. Even their clan's supreme treasure was lost. Who could remain calm? They had to seize it back. Huang, I advise you to hurry and hand it over or else, someone shouted. Or else what? If you have the skill, then just come out. This one will smash all of you to death with a single slap. The golden lion spoke out, opening its bloody mouth. Its lion's mane was golden, hanging down to its arms, incomparably majestic and powerful. The group of people glared angrily, but they were still intimidated. Who could go out and fight? Many people knew that this man and Mount's cultivation levels were terrifyingly high. Not even the old celestial would be able to fare that well if he went. Only a supreme being descending would change things. The self-release realm Huang could definitely sweep through all sides. Unless one had a higher cultivation level than him, it was simply impossible to face him. Fight! How can we lose our clan's supreme treasure to outsiders? This is going too far. It definitely can't be tolerated. A group of people roared out, all of them unable to accept this reality. When Shihao saw this, he laughed, only it was a bit cold. Back then, he had been humiliated here, and now that he saw them acting like this, he finally felt like he slightly vented out a bit of resentment. They wanted to seize back the Immortal Ascension Stone? There was no chance, there was no way he would hand it over. Are there any Dao friends who wish to come out and exchange pointers? Shihao asked. Angering me to death. Some people shouted, but no one left the city. It was because they knew what the results would be if they went out. Use the ancient city to suppress him, someone said with a low voice. The ancient city shone, as if a giant monster revived. Terrifying energy fluctuations were released, and then all of it suppressed in Shihao's direction. Shihao revealed a faint smile. His body shifted like a streak of light, immediately crossing hundreds of thousands of li. He didn't face it head-on, avoiding it. Do not act rashly, the old celestial said. It was because even though this city was powerful, the consumption was too great. It emphasized defense. If it was used to attack like this, it wouldn't strike the enemy, instead only exhausting resources. That day, news went out, shocking everyone. Huang visited City of Heaven, one man, one mount challenging Celestial Clan. In the end, no one dared leave the city. This left all cultivators shocked. Aha! In the end, Shihao left, not attacking the city. He brought away the Immortal Ascension Stone, riding on the fearless lion and disappearing into the horizon. He didn't want to fight a bloody battle here. If he really acted viciously, he would still only remove the heads of those who targeted him in the past. However, today, Celestial Clan cowered without coming out, so he didn't really want to muster great force. Just like that, he brought the clan's supreme treasure with him, leaving. We are going to let him leave in such an easygoing manner? In the back, many people clenched their teeth. Then what do you want to do? Are you going to fight him? That's the same as throwing your life away. Let me remind you, his golden age is about to begin. The future is his era. If my celestial clan continues to oppose him, our clan will be eradicated one day, someone said with a sigh. When this was spoken, it triggered a huge uproar. All of Celestial Clan felt a wave of coldness. Back then, if not for those things, he would have stood together with us, someone said quietly, feeling great regret. Meanwhile, those who were directly involved back then all had ugly expressions on their faces. If it wasn't for their stance back then, how could things have ended like this? They were all filled with endless regret. Yun Shi, do you miss your home? After leaving the lower realms for so many years, are you willing to return? The old celestial asked. Ah! Yun Shi was shocked. That Immortal Ascension Stone is extremely important to my clan. Your relationship with Huang before wasn't bad. I hope you can repair my clan's relationship with him as much as possible. The old celestial actually spoke like this, leaving all of the clansmen moved. Did you guys hear? They were wronged even without a battle. Huang visited the City of Heaven, bringing away their supreme treasure, heavens. Huang is more and more savage. Even the past glorious Celestial Clan gave in. In the outside world, many great powers cultivators were discussing, producing an uproar. There was no way this matter could remain a secret. Quickly spread out. What are we supposed to do? Our clan attacked Huang before, took action against him viciously. Will he come for revenge? This is bad. Not long ago, my clan even had someone who cursed Huang. If news of this reaches Huang, won't he wipe out my clan? Everyone began to panic, because Huang was too savage. He dared touch even Celestial Clan. What was there that he didn't dare provoke? I heard that Celestial Clan completely regrets their actions, now even taking the initiative to repair their relationship with Huang, rumored to even try to be connected through marriage, using one of their clan's pearls. Celestial Clan really has lost too much face this time. There were commotions everywhere, everyone discussing among themselves. Xianxia left, heading straight towards an ancient land. There was a path there that led into the lower realms. He wanted to take a look himself, see what exactly was going on. Xianxia continued on with his journey, his speed just too fast. Even if he wasn't number one in the 3,000 provinces, he was close. With the Kuan Peng technique, together with the Earth to Inch's divine ability, on top of the Lightning Emperor's extreme speed, a pair of lightning wings moved together with Kuan Peng wings, 10,000 li crossed in a single breath. The golden lion was gloomy. It was stored into a sleeve. It was because it really wasn't as fast as Xianxia now being carried. Xianxia was pressed for time. He didn't want to delay things anymore. He warped and weaved about, inconceivably fast. This province is close to the uninhabited region, on the border of the 3,000 provinces. Xianxia said quietly. He arrived, already entering this ancient land, approaching his destination. This region was extremely low profile, as if it didn't wish to be recognized by others. Qi province, it wasn't that large of an ancient province, from start to now lacking supreme being level experts that shook the world with their name. However, it had a bit of a mysterious feel. It was because a few extremely ancient species lived in this region. Great Yin race. Xianxia's first stop was at this clan. This group lived in the valley between groups of mountains, adjacent to a great river. This river was extremely well known, actually a great Yin river. It surged along, pitch black like ink, bone-penetratingly cold, as if an underworld river reached out from hell itself. As for these great Yin rivers, there were few on the surface, but there were still some branches. However, most of the great Yin rivers wouldn't truly be formed from great Yin water, or else the creatures of the two shores would all be wiped out, difficult for them to survive. This place was a bit different, some great Yin energy rising, but only within a limited range. The great Yin clan was extremely special, living by the great Yin river. Moreover, their residences were extremely special, hanging from the precipitous cliffs of the two shores. They weren't undead knights, just normal creatures. Normally, they also went away, but their houses were all this type of suspended form. There were stone coffins, golden coffins, and also jade coffins. There were all different types, extremely mysterious. They normally absorbed great Yin energy, using this as cultivation resource, all of them having constitutions that favored the cold. It was rumored that the most powerful member of this clan might be submerged at the depths of the river end. It really is a strange race. These are the ones who know about the path into the lower realms. Xianxia was shocked. He traveled here alone, long learning about some of this clan's lifestyles and customs in order to avoid stepping on any taboos. Fortunately, even though this clan's residences were strange, they weren't reclusive. They were just like other clans. As long as there was proper communication, they were easy to come into contact with. Xianxia prepared some gifts, for example, great Yin marrow, moonfrost stone, 9 Yin true wood, frozen realm stone, and other things, every one of these items rare and precious. He continued forward, consulting various people for guidance. It was because too many clans resided at the sides of this great river that was as long as 100,000 li, all of them having different popular customs. Even though they all belonged to the same ancient race, there were still some inconsistencies with the rumors. That was why he visited the tribes one after another, carefully learning about them and investigating, wishing to clearly understand them. It is at the limits of the great Yin River. This was what an elder told him. It was rumored that he lived the longest, existing even before the Archaic Age until now. However, his cultivation level wasn't as high as one would imagine. It was because the reason why he was able to live for so long was because he obtained a great Yin fruit in the water in the past. Even though it was rotten, its effects were too powerful for the great Yin clan. The great Yin fruit floated down from the limits of the river. The elder said, "Wasn't this river only a few 100,000 li?" Xianxia frowned. He could reach that place with just a flap of his wings. The great Yin river you and I are talking about are different. For many people who are living in this region, when we speak about the great Yin river in a restricted sense, it is naturally this river before us. However, the great Yin river in the greater meaning refers to the one that flows in the void, formed from pure great Yin. The elder said, "The great river overflowed, pitch black like ink, surging and roiling. Great mountains towered on the two shores, great peaks reaching into the heaven, all of them surrounded by great mist. Even further out, ancient trees towered into the heavens. Apes shouted and tigers roared. Xianxia stood there quietly, gazing forward. He learned quite a bit from that elder. The great streams that flowed above and underground could all only be considered branch streams. The source was coming from the void. There is another legend, saying that the path is in the limits of the great Yang River. The elder sighed. Then he shook his head again because this was quite contradictory. This youngster came to ask for guidance, bringing great gifts for his clan, so he didn't want to deceive him. However, this type of saying really was too contradictory. According to this clan's legends, that ancient path was at the limits of the great River. However, within another similarly ancient clan, the legend was that the path was instead at the limits of the great Yang River. Meanwhile, the other clan was named Great Yang Clan. The limits of the great Yang River, limits of the great River. Who was correct? Which legend was true? The great Yang clan has pretty much been eradicated, only a small group of people left. It'll be hard to get much out of them, the elder said. It was because the clans known for Great Yang had previously gotten into conflict, for example, the Golden Crow and Sun God Vine clan. There were many powerful clans that used to be related to the Great Yang. They fought with each other. In the end, the most primitive Great Yang clan here declined, almost irradiated. Xianxia became speechless when he heard this. Even this type of clan title had to be fought over? If one wishes to find out the truth, perhaps there is no choice but to head to the limits of the great River. There is a floating coffin there. Perhaps some important figures from my clan are sleeping or in seclusion there, the elder said. The limits of the great River, he spoke of, pointed at the limits of this great river. But that place is dangerous. The elder's eyes revealed a strange expression. In the end, warning carefully. Xianxia nodded. After thanking him, he directly left. He didn't immediately head towards the limits of the great river. That elder's warning was worth paying attention to. That place was extremely dangerous, possibly possessing many unpredictable strange things. Xianxia headed towards the great Yang clan. In the end, he discovered that it was precisely as what he had heard. This place extremely shabby, only some very small scattered tribes left, their population pitifully few. Moreover, this region lacked experts, couldn't be considered some top-level great sect at all. However, this place had a river named Great Yang River. A river of lava. Xianxia was surprised. However, he felt wisps of Great Yang essence energy here, different from normal lava. In the past, this Great Yang River extended for millions of li, surging powerfully, Great Yang essence energy boiling. However, after that battle, this place was ruined. The Great Yang River almost dried up. An old woman said with a sigh. This was what Xianxia learned here. After searching around, he didn't discover any valuable clues. Xianxia left, returning to the Great clan's residence. Moreover, arriving at the limits of the river. Put on. He directly threw himself inside. Black waves surged, a vortex appearing in the river, sucking Xianxia in. So cold. The golden lion was released. It immediately broke out into a shiver, because Xianxia rode on its back again. This left it feeling extremely helpless. It was extremely clear that whenever there was danger, it would have to show itself and help Huang lead the way, block the blade for him. The great force here was extremely strong, water pitch black like ink, but also like the bitter cold of the underworld. The limits of the great river was like an abyss, all of the river water falling into it, entering the ground, gushing forward. The golden lion carried Xianxia down. Then it was stunned. It was because whenever it thought it reached the end, it would discover another pitch-black giant cave. This place was like an 18-layered netherworld, an abyss within the abyss. Each time, the opening would become a bit smaller, so dark it seemed like it would straight up swallow one's soul. It is now the 17th layer. Could it be that it really is an 18-layer underworld? The golden lion was shocked. This type of layout was similar to the ancient monk bloodline. If it was artificially designed, then he believed that there was likely a great secret hidden here. The ancient monk bloodline previously set up an 18-layered underworld. That was why the golden lion was extremely sensitive towards the number 18. The monk has said, "If I don't enter the underworld, then who will?" The fearless lion said to itself. It was pondering over the words in those ancient texts. "Since you have such realizations, how about you head down first?" Xianxia stopped. The golden lion shot him a look of disdain. This was from the scriptures of the ancient monk bloodline, just a general reference, not actually referring to it. In the end, Xianxia didn't move, instead stopping. Then, he continuously produced spatial magical artifacts, and then without any hesitation, he opened up the spatial magical artifacts, directly throwing them into the 18th layer of the abyss. "This is curse power." The golden lion was shocked, and then it shivered all over. It was because it sensed that the curse power was too terrifying. It had only made contact with a small thread, yet its body was already festering, even its soul becoming unstable. Immediately afterwards, it quickly retreated in shock. This was too terrifying. Xianxia didn't stop either, quickly escaping. Hong! The two rushed out of the water surface, quickly escaping towards the horizon. "What are you doing?" The golden lion roared out in anger. "Don't worry, you won't die. It's just a bit, you'll stick it through," Xianxia said. This was the most terrifying curse power he brought back from Immortal Tomb. This was the earth from that tomb, as well as a bit of rotten flesh. He threw it all into the 18 layers of abyss just like that. Moreover, not just a bit, but rather many spatial magical artifacts worth. Hong Long. Immediately afterwards, the limits of the river erupted, many figures rushing out. A few people screamed out, absolutely furious. There were others whose flesh fell in large amounts, the scene too horrible to endure. There were even more people who immediately turned into white bones, struggling about there. The golden lion's scalp went numb from watching. This was precisely the curse power, just too terrifying. No. Many people were shouting out, unable to endure the pain. One could see that some people's hair was originally thick, but now even their scalps were falling out. As for their flesh and blood, all of it had pretty much been completely corroded. Right now, even their primordial spirits were rotting, decaying. The curse power spread. Even individuals as powerful as them couldn't withstand it. Just what kind of people are these? The golden lion was shocked, because it felt that if these individuals didn't suffer from the curse power, they would all be extremely powerful. There were many self-release realm experts among them. One had to understand that this was the 3,000 provinces. Cultivators at this level were extremely rarely seen. Families of the 9 heavens, you all still haven't given up? I am already about to leave, enter the lower realms. Yet you all still aren't willing to leave things at that. Chasing me here, wishing to get rid of me? Xianxia's face darkened. Huang, your heart really is vicious. There was someone who cried out, now already a half-skeleton. Originally, he was surging with blood energy, extremely powerful, yet now he was seriously injured, almost dying. If you all weren't so excessively ruthless, preparing to ambush me here, things wouldn't have become like this, Xianxia calmly said. Huang, even if this is the case, do you think you can get away? Right at this time, several figures appeared not far away, revealing their true bodies one after another. These were experts who didn't enter the Great Yin River. Even an old bastard like you has appeared, but it makes sense. After all, you are merely someone's dog. The master behind you finally showed himself this time. Xianxia's face immediately fell. His words were naturally impolite, extremely fierce. One could imagine just what kind of anger he was suppressing inside. It was because he saw someone in the distance, an old acquaintance, as well as a great enemy. Yuan Qing. When Xianxia first entered the 9 heavens, it was this person who directly harmed him. He became a slave sent into Origin Ancient Mine to fetch rocks. All of this because of this person. Later on, this person even more so targeted him many times, wishing to harm his life. Old thing, you and the one behind you have finally appeared, Xianxia said, his face cold. Yuan Qing, this person, for Xianxia, could be considered a great enemy. Much of the troubles Xianxia faced was because of this person. When he had just entered the 9 heavens, he was directly captured by this person. If it wasn't because of others interfering, he might have been dealt with right there and then. Despite this being the case, Hao was still sent by him to Origin Ancient Mine, then thus suppressed by Wang family, becoming their servant. Could be said that if there was no Yuan Qing, then the following series of events wouldn't have happened. Later on, Yuan Qing even sent his descendant to Heavenly Deity Institution to deal with Hao, to eliminate him completely. Fortunately, Heavenly Deity Institution had strict regulations in place. Yuan Qing's son was crippled, while his grandson was killed by Hao in Immortal Ancient Battlefield. After so many years passed, Yuan Qing's complexion really wasn't bad, becoming even younger than before. His black hair scattered down, extremely rich, eyes bright and full of life as they stared at Hao. Hao didn't recognize the others, but they were all extremely strong, at the same time giving one a great feeling of danger. Perhaps it came from something on their bodies, something that made one feel restraining fear. Little monster, your life really is quite persistent, not even dying in desolate border, and now you are even making triumphant progress. I really can't leave you alive, Yuan Qing said. His words made Hao's eyes erupt with cold light, surge with killing intent. Yuan Qing never showed himself in desolate border's great battle, never went to provide Imperial Pass with assistance, not expending the slightest bit of effort, yet now, he spoke with this type of attitude. Hao fought in desolate border with no thought of personal safety. Yet now, when he returned, this person jumped out to kill him. Just a fake supreme being. Did you come here to make a fool of yourself? After making a bit of progress in your cultivation, did you now come here to give up your life? Hao said coldly. In this age when supreme beings didn't appear, self-release realm cultivators were called supreme beings by some people. However, everyone knew they weren't, that this was just a type of title. That was a type of respect, foreseeing that one day, these types of powerful individuals would advance a step further. As for Yuan Qing, he was still a bit off from entering the self-release realm. Now, he finally broke through that bottleneck, becoming a true self-release realm cultivator. He came here with those behind him to attack Hao. You are courting death, Hao further said. He had this type of confidence. He was already a self-release realm individual at such a young age. If he was given time, he would definitely be able to sweep through all enemies in his way. Younger generation, even if you continue to act arrogantly, so what? We won't give you the chance. Your life will end right here. You want to enter the Supreme Being realm? Keep dreaming. Yuan Qing was extremely direct. He brought people here precisely to attack Hao, not giving him the chance to transform, become a supreme being. He himself might not be enough, but the powers he brought with him wished to kill this genius, cover the heavens with their hands, not give this youngster with endless potential the chance to ultimately rise up. In reality, the reason why they left the 9 heavens in a hurry, rushing over here without any fear of the consequences, was because they were scared. Hao's battle in desolate border truly made their hearts go cold. In their eyes, Huang's potential was too great. If he truly became a supreme being, he would definitely be able to sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earths. At that time, who would be able to stop him? Once he decided to settle things, who would be able to stop him? We fought with our lives on the line, while you all trembled in fear, living carefree in the back, enjoying safety. Now, once the great battle ended, all of you reveal your viciousness, pointing your blades at me. When facing the other side, where did all of your courage go? Where was all of your boldness, your dignity? It truly is strange. All of you instead acting fierce now, meek and civil in public but tyrants at home. Hao's words were extremely unpleasant, because he truly felt a wave of coldness inside, making him couldn't help but want to erupt with rage. These people were despicable, without any sense of shame, ought to be executed. In the distance, those people were still howling miserably, struggling in pain. These were all individuals who were hiding in the limits of the great Yin River, now cursed. There were human-formed as well as other species, all of them in horrible states. Some of them directly turned into white bones, falling into the great Black River, thus dying. It was because their primordial spirits completely rotted, their lives coming to an end. There were others whose eyes split open, blood pouring out from their foreheads, 5 organs rotting, primordial spirit burning. Even if they didn't die, their vitality was greatly damaged, their cultivation also crippled. It could be said that the ones who were hiding at the bottom of the river, 90% of them were crippled or dead, only a few making it through, but even so were only half alive. It was just this tyrannical. Immortal Tomb's curse power was too powerful. One could only rely on themselves to resist its power. This was especially the case when this was the curse Xianxia brought out from the inside of Immortal Tomb, so it was even more extraordinary, easily wiping out a large group of creatures. 90% of the ones who were hiding in the river were crippled. However, the ones behind Yuanqing were unaffected. All of them extremely calm. A bit amusing. One of them spoke, extremely emotionless, and also extremely calm, as if he didn't mind it at all, as if everything was still within his grasp. This person had his hands behind his back, walking forward. He wore moon-white robes, long hair hanging down to his waist, a bit of an aloof immortal feel. However, there was instead cold intent within his eyes. This person looked like he was around 30-something years of age, but one could imagine that this was definitely not a truly robust male, but rather an older generation cultivator who had lived for an endless amount of years. Hee hee. A woman also laughed, dressed in yellow goose long skirt. Her face was rather good, a faint smile resting on her face, but it was one of mockery, as well as a type of disdain. This woman was also extremely strong, definitely an expert at the late stage of self-release realm, also looking down on Xianxia a bit. Nothing more than long-tailed wolves, Xianxia said, extremely direct, not giving them any face. Those individuals' expressions immediately went rigid. Even though they knew that Huang feared nothing in heaven and earth, he was this tactless, immediately berating them, making their faces become a bit cold. Do you know what kind of power I represent? The male in moon-white robes asked coldly. Isn't it but a long-life family? Just a cowardly family who has no sense of responsibility, not daring to even fight against the other side during the great battle. Xianxia said. He didn't even need to think about it. Those who dared take action against him were definitely long-life families or imperial courts. Those people's faces became even colder. I've always wondered who were the ones who defected to the enemy during desolate border war, daring to stir up inner conflict. Now everything is clear, Xianxia said. Shut your mouth. We have a personal grudge against you. It has nothing to do with those things. The yellow goose long skirt woman berated, cutting him off. Is that so? I feel like it is precisely you all, Xianxia said, staring at those people. Nonsense, that man said coldly. Stop him. Don't let him escape, another person said. Yuanqing laughed in a frivolous manner from the side. Even though his age wasn't young, he was still quite brash. His smile was also quite cold, because Huang was finally about to be killed. During these years, Huang had constantly been a sore point in his mind. Ever since he was unable to kill this youngster back then, instead continuously hearing news of his breakthroughs, Yuanqing already couldn't sit still. Little monster. Today, I've finally managed to wait until your time of death, he said with a cold smile. Some people were just like this, clearly the first ones to commit wrongs, but in the end believed that it was others who wronged them, moreover continuously targeting that person with increased intensity. It truly is a pity. When I think about how heroic your ancestors were, and then how unsightly your generation is, it truly is sad, Xianxia said. He didn't pay Yuanqing any attention, instead looking at the others. It was because he knew that from start until now, Yuanqing was only a running dog. At this point, he already wasn't much. Self-release realm expert? He would just kill them. Oh? You are sure about our identities? That golden swan skirt woman laughed, not minding at all, extremely relaxed. Aren't you just ancestors' Feng descendant? Don't you feel like you've let your ancestors down? Xianxia said coldly, his words full of contempt. There were 1 or 2 individuals on the other side whose faces carried anger. Not all that calm, releasing killing intent. Their eyes were deep and ice-cold, staring at Xianxia. I don't even have to think much to know it is you all, Xianxia said indifferently. It was because back then, Through some clues, he learned that Yuan Qing followed the long-life Wind Clan's orders, which was why he dealt with him, precisely to suppress his brilliance. Through various means, he learned of some past things. A certain old ancestor of Wind Clan was against Stone Clan, playing a great role in the suppression of the sinner's blood descendants. His attitude was clear, giving the order to punish Stone Clan and others. Sinner's blood descendant. How was this crime given out? When he was in Imperial Pass, How further learned that there was ruined immortal individuals like immortal palaces. Apart from this, there were powers in the 9 heavens, for example, Wind Clan's ancestor. Acting like this, don't you all feel like you've let down your ancestors? That ancestor Feng fought in immortal ancient war, full of glory and valor, establishing great contributions. Yet his descendants are so despicable, defecting to the other side. Don't you all feel shame? How shouted. I will say this again. This is a private grudge, unrelated to others. Don't randomly attach crimes to our names. On the other side, someone said coldly. How laughed, not arguing any more on this topic. It was because he indeed lacked proof. These were just his speculations. Back then, when he was in Imperial Pass, someone defected to the other side. Moreover, following the other side's cultivators in pursuing him, in the end, their identities still weren't exposed. However, he deduced that it was definitely a certain long-life family. If it wasn't Wang family or Jin family, then who was it? Apart from this, back then, he had interacted with some of Wind Clan's direct line of descent, understanding their clan's attitude, which was why he suspected that they were the wrongdoers. Feng Xingtian, my clan's inheritor who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Even a perfect seed was prepared for him. Yet you killed him. The yellow goose skirt woman's face distorted at this time, becoming extremely sinister. Who are you to him? How asked. He naturally remembered Feng Xingtian's power. He was extremely terrifying, proficient in darkness ancient heavenly art, as well as the crucifix divine Tao. Back then, he fought a great battle against him, ultimately killing him in immortal ancient battlefield. I am his ancestral aunt, named Feng Bailing, the woman replied. Her yellow goose dress fluttered about, endless killing intent surging, becoming different from her previous temperament. It was clear that she had held herself back all this time, now going to kill How at the final moment. Also, my grandson, Feng Zhao. His death is definitely related to you as well, the moon-white-robed male said coldly. His name was Feng Chong, someone who had lived for an endless amount of time, strength extremely powerful. Feng Zhao wasn't killed by me. He died under the ancient Emperor Butterfly's hands. How said calmly. Back then, in that ancient battlefield, they discovered a cave. Inside was an Emperor Butterfly corpse that released imperishable immortal light. Feng Zhao was killed by it. Back then, Feng Zhao had previously said that even if the 9 heavens young experts who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy were wiped out, it wouldn't matter. As long as their Wind Clan was fine, then they wouldn't care at all. They didn't care about the foreign side's attack later at all, not caring about what kind of result it came to at all. It was because he clearly stated that they were long-life families. They were able to survive through immortal ancient, remain unaffected, and so they could do the same in this world. At that time, How already knew this clan's attitude. Even if they didn't defect to the enemy, they would still be like those living in the restricted regions, likely remain uninvolved. Feng Zhao was extremely strong. Given the title of Wind Monarch, his death was definitely a great setback for you all. However, dying under the Emperor Butterfly's immortal light isn't something he should have too much complaints about. How roared with laughter. Since everything is already clear, you can just go on your way. Feng Bailing said. We need him alive, did you forget? The old ancestor wants to meet with him, someone else said. With just you all? How laughed loudly. Forget about them, even if their clan's supreme being came, he would still not necessarily die. Since we dared come, then we have methods to kill you. Feng Chong said coldly. We are pretty much there. The Great Formation has already been activated. Feng Bailing said. Right at this time, all around them, auspicious multicolored light erupted in the mountains and valleys around them, releasing blazing radiance. They were going to seal the heavens and lock down the earth. Truly extravagant. What a waste. Xianxia said indifferently. This great formation covered mountains and rivers, spread over who knew how many li, even the Great River was surrounded within. Really quite the big move. Moreover, all types of divine materials were definitely needed, all of them heavenly treasures. Normal formations couldn't trap Xianxia. You feel that this is extravagant? The backing of a long-life family far exceeds your imagination. What can this bit of formation materials be counted as? Feng Bailing said indifferently. Yuan Qing also revealed an expression of disdain. Even though he wasn't from Wind Clan, he was quite close to them, coldly saying, "Ignorant and narrow-minded, your wings are pinned. There is no way you can escape death." During these past few years, he was always worried and troubled, because Xianxia truly became a sore point for him. He rose up powerfully after the final battle in Desolate Border. His cultivation level even exceeded his, so how could he not be scared? That was why when Wind Clan was going to make a move, he was the first one to step out, willing to be at the forefront, lead the way. He wouldn't be able to feel at ease if Xianxia wasn't dead. Instead, constantly feeling uneasy. "Running dog, stay off to the side. There is no place for you to talk here," Xianxia said coldly. He didn't look at Yuan Qing, instead sweeping his eyes around him, silently sizing up his surroundings. He had to find a way to break out. "Little bastard, you are dead for sure," Yuan Qing said hatefully. It was clearly him who wanted to kill Xianxia before, continuously targeting him. But in the end, he acted as if he was the victim, his eyes full of resentment. Some people were just like this was their natural nature. "Huang, I advise you to understand your current situation and just bind up your own arms and legs. Follow me into the 9 heavens. See my family's old ancestor. That way, we can still preserve you with your life intact," Feng Chang said. He carried a smile on his face, his words not too slow or too fast. It was because he was now completely relaxed. With the great formation already laid, everything was within his grasp. There was no need to fear Xianxia escaping. "What is so special about your old ancestor? The day will come when he will crawl and beg to see me." Xianxia had long become annoyed, which was why his words were extremely sharp and impolite. "Little bastard, your wings are pinned today. There is nowhere for you to run. You are done for," Feng Bailing shouted. Her yellow goose long skirt fluttered about despite there not being any wind. At the same time, her head of beautiful hair also fluttered about, her rather fine appearance carrying a callous expression. She vowed to strike down Huang, cut down this youngster before her to get revenge for Wind Clan's genius Feng Xingtian. Xianxia was full of contempt. A pair of wings really did appear behind him. "You?" Feng Bailing was furious, staring at him. "Chi." Immediately afterwards, Xianxia slaughtered his way over, his speed too fast. He beat his golden Kuan Peng wings, at the same time slaughtering his way towards them, incomparably ferocious. At this moment, great winds swept about, the sky dome splitting power extremely shocking. Those individuals' expressions changed. They all formed imprints preparing to attack. However, at that moment, Xianxia's back became cold, a wave of cold energy rising. He sensed that something wasn't right, immediately changing directions. With a chi sound, he tore through the void, escaping into the horizon just like that. He didn't actually rush at those people, and these people were all shocked. However, they didn't panic because the great formation covered this entire place, surrounding this area, covering heaven and earth. They weren't scared of him escaping at all. What do they have on them? Unless a supreme being personally comes here, how else can they threaten me? Xianxia had misgivings inside. Of course, he knew that since these people dared face him head-on, they definitely had confidence, having terrifying methods backing them. "Youngster, you won't be able to run," Yuan Qing shouted from the back, chasing after Xianxia together with Feng Chang and the others. At the same time, rumbling sounds rang out from all around them, all of the mountains and rivers shining, erupting with blazing divine light. The great formation revived, turning into great Tao patterns, warping and weaving about, covering the sky dome. This place was no longer the same, becoming incredibly dangerous. Whoever dared forcefully charge through would be stopped and killed. Xianxia reached out a finger, a streak of light rushing out. As a result, a huge noise immediately erupted when it made contact with the Great Formation. Chaotic energy erupted there, bone texts covering that place densely. It was precisely as Feng Bailing said. His wings were pinned, this place becoming extremely dangerous. I already told you. You can't run even if you break off your wings, Feng Bailing said with a sneer. Xianxia moved his Kuan Peng wings, flying around here, one moment heading east, one moment returning below, fast as lightning. However, his range of activity was limited, all sides sealed off. Chong! Suddenly, Feng Bailing raised her right arm. Even though it was spotlessly white like jade that just left water, it was extremely terrifying. Shocking killing energy spread outwards. Her arm was shining, within it mysterious symbols. It was as if a supreme being revived, about to unleash a slaughter here. You are a woman? What are you implying by exposing your arms and legs? Xianxia mocked. You are done for, Feng Bailing said. At the same time, Xianxia revealed a faint smile. A divine talisman appeared in his hands. It released a dazzling rain of light, wrapping around him. Then he directly vanished from this place. Realm-shattering talisman, Yuan Qing shouted. He was ashen-faced, so angry he stamped his feet, but he also felt fear and shock, as well as a type of regret. They actually let Huang escape. How could this be? Normal realm-shattering talismans can't break through great formations like this one, Feng Chang said. It is a realm-shattering talisman with Supreme Being Essence blood on it. It was refined by Meng Tianzheng when he was still alive. Feng Bailing clenched her teeth. Supreme Being Essence blood was too precious. This was the essence of one's blood energy. Even when one refined artifacts for oneself, they would only use a few reluctantly. Yet now, the realm-shattering talisman Xianxia had in hand was clearly not an ordinary object. When one carefully thought about it, only Meng Tianzheng would be willing to refine them for him. Even though it was just one, it could break through realm walls, take one through heaven and earth. Normal formations couldn't stop it at all. Chase after him, the group of people screamed. Back then, Meng Tianzheng was fully aware of what Xianxia wanted, knowing that he wanted to return to the lower realms, but it was easier said than done. He also wanted to help him back then. That was why there was this realm-shattering talisman. However, they all knew that no matter what kind of talisman it was, there was no way one could return to the lower realms. If one wanted to forcefully break through realm walls, there would definitely be a vicious backlash from the will of heaven. If that happened, Xianxia might die. This was for him to protect himself, perhaps it might display some use. Right now, Xianxia produced it. This talisman's uses were limited, one consumed with each use, that would mean one less for the future. If it wasn't for him being trapped in extreme danger, Xianxia wouldn't use it rashly. Feng Bailing was a bit stupefied. Not too long ago, she was still saying that Xianxia's wings were pinned, difficult for him to escape. Yet now he truly used a pair of wings to escape. They roared out, rushing out of the great formation in pursuit. Now, it looked like it really had been too extravagant. A great formation had been successfully arranged, wasting so many heavenly treasures. Yet in the end, it didn't even do anything, the enemy still calmly escaping. He can't have gotten too far, Feng Chang said. It was because no matter how heaven-defying the realm-shattering talisman was, when faced with a world-shocking great formation, it would still be restricted. Even if it broke out of the region the formation covered, it still wouldn't bring that person too far away. They rushed out of the great formation, scanning the great wilderness with their divine will, carefully searching. In that direction, someone pointed because the void exploded there, the fluctuations too intense. Someone came out of that location. Several thousand li out, there was a void explosion sound. The realm-shattering talisman was hindered. Even though it broke through that ancient formation, the sound that was produced was also shocking to the extreme. Sure enough, the sky dome there cracked apart, exploded. Chaotic energy spread, Xianxia falling out there. He roared with laughter. Regardless, he still left the dangerous formation. Even though he was laughing, his eyes were a bit cold, carrying killing intent, as well as a terrifying cold intent. Running like this wasn't his style, it was just to break out of the restricted space, to not be bound. He needed to retaliate, he couldn't just waste this use of the realm-shattering talisman. "Brat! Just hand over your life," Feng Bailing shouted. She raised her right arm again, bringing it down in Xiao's direction, using her arm like a divine sword. That area released Kengqiang noises. An ancient talisman appeared, rushing out from her arm. It flickered about in the void, as if imperishable Tao lotuses were blooming. Silver light erupted with extreme brilliance. It really was like an ancient lotus. It unfolded petal after petal, all of these symbols and natural order. In the end, it revealed the lotus seat. Within it seated a small person. His figure carried an immortal feeling, small face rosy, but his hair was white like snow, carrying immortal energy, extremely astonishing. And Xiao was shocked. A fierce roar sounded. That little figure actually rushed into the air. It turned into a streak of light, rushing at Xiao. The Supreme Being aura was too powerful, terrifying beyond compare. It crushed heaven and earth, making this place rumble with great Tao noise. "Motherfucker!" Xiao turned around and ran. What was that thing? It was actually a Supreme Being. This exceeded his predictions. There was a Supreme Being who went down from the higher realms just for dealing with him. This was definitely a great disaster. However, why did the Supreme Being become symbols, hiding in Feng Bailing's arm? "You won't be able to run today. No matter who comes, they cannot save you." In the back, those people shouted. That small figure was becoming larger, its rosy face revealing killing intent. It was no longer pure, its head of silver hair dancing about. It reached out a hand, grabbing towards Xiao. Supreme Being Bethids? Immortal energy emerged from Xiao's body, his speed immediately becoming several times faster. How could he be that fast? The people in the back were shocked. A Supreme Being appeared, wishing to kill Xiao. Could he fail? They didn't dare believe it. If the Supreme Being lost to Xiao, then it truly would be unimaginable. "You all better pray that this so-called Supreme Being can kill me. Otherwise, all of you are done for in a bit," Xiao said coldly. This really was a Supreme Being, his strength definitely the real deal. No matter how shocking Xiao's cultivation was, how he could overlook the younger generation, he was still no match when faced with this type of old monster. He had no choice but to run. Otherwise, if he really stayed where he was, he would undoubtedly die. After all, he had just entered the self-release realm. Compared to this type of terrifying existence, he was still a great cultivation realm inferior. The most crucial thing was that the Supreme Being realm was different from other realms. Those who could enter this cultivation realm, how many people could go against them? Those who stood in this domain were all heaven-warping figures who overlooked past and present. As for cultivators with lower cultivation levels than them, if they wanted to fight with Supreme Beings, unless they grasped immortal Tao formations, not even immortal artifacts would necessarily be useful. It was because Supreme Beings could avoid them, and then kill the controller. Of course, the ones who grasped immortal Tao formations needed to carve formation patterns in their bodies, or else the effects wouldn't be enough. In the past, it was shown through battles that when those who weren't Supreme Beings challenged those of this level, they could only take this path, carve immortal formations in their bodies to face them. However, if they did this, they had to pay an extremely great price. Immortal Tao formations, forget about possessing them, they were things normal people hadn't ever seen before. That type of thing would only appear in the hands of a long-life family. Moreover, not every single long-life family had them, they were too rare. Xiao ran, moving quickly. However, that figure behind him moved faster and faster, gradually getting closer. Hong Long. Xiao moved his wings. Lightning and Kuan Peng wings interweaved. Moreover, there was the earth to inches divine ability beneath his feet as well. He sped up, his speed just too fast, leaving others stupefied. His speed can compare to that of a Supreme Being? In the distance, Feng Bailing, Yuan Qing, and the others were shocked, all of them dumbstruck. Everyone knew that supreme beings were at the peak of human Tao, already incomparable in this domain. Regardless of whether it was attack power or speed, they were at the top beneath the heavens. Yet now, a self-release realm brat was actually this fast, able to compete with a supreme being in speed. The old ancestor appeared, yet he actually couldn't do anything to him? Feng Chong looked like he had seen a ghost, in disbelief. This was but a supreme being taking action, yet he couldn't immediately kill Huang, instead letting him run. Wang Long. Heaven and earth shook. That little figure's body had long enlarged, its figure aloof and transcendent, silver hair falling down. When its large hand reached out, it covered the heavens. Natural law force surged powerfully, locking down the sky dome. The worst thing happened. The supreme being displayed its power, making heaven and earth collapse. In the mortal Tao domain, no one could resist them. Supreme beings are unmatched. Who can contend against them? Feng Bailing was moved. It was because she knew that this was the true power of a supreme being. No matter how fast Huang was, he couldn't withstand it. Sure enough, in the sky dome above, there were stars falling. A supreme being released its rage, making the heavens collapse and earth break apart. The great earth below even caved in, collapsing, magma surging. The only fortunate thing was that this great earth was adjacent to the uninhabited region. Sure how rushed in, otherwise the entire province would also sink. At that time, endless creatures would be wiped out. Chi. Right now, Sure how didn't have a choice. He could only use the realm-shattering talisman. Otherwise, he would be directly confined here and hit. The strike of a supreme being would tear apart even the universe. Even the heart of the heavens would tremble. He was only a self-release cultivator in the end, so there was no way he could withstand it. Once one advanced into the supreme being realm, that was a type of qualitative change, a type of sublimation, becoming a completely different level of existence. With a so sound, Sure how disappeared from this place. Realm-shattering talisman, this was the only variable. Aya. What a pity, it was just a bit off. In the back, Feng Bailing, Yuan Qing, and the others all followed over here, activating their heavenly eye skills. Even though they were far away, they still saw what happened. Sigh. This is a talisman produced by the old ancestors' unmatched divine ability. Once it is used like this, its power will decline. Feng Bailing frowned. She revealed the truth. This wasn't actually their clan's old ancestor, but rather a talisman condensed through an unmatched divine ability, sealed in her arm. In front of them, that figure didn't actually stop, instead continuing the chase. That was a supreme being incarnation. Even though it wasn't the true body, right now it possessed unrivaled power. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't able to immediately find Sure how. Sure how had long disappeared without a trace. An hour later, Sure how silently appeared, standing on a mountaintop, staring at the distant Feng Bailing and others. He moved stealthily, wishing to approach and kill those people. Too hateful. Even a supreme being moved out to kill us. Let me go back and kill a few of them, the golden lion said. Just now it had been scared badly. When a supreme being took action, it really left one in despair. If it died here, it really would nurse a grievance. Right now it was furious. Kill! Immediately afterwards, one man, one mount roared out, slaughtering their way over. Divine abilities erupted. They went all out to kill those people. Dark summoning. Feng Bailing was extremely vigilant, quickly shouting out, chanting an ancient scripture. Their clan obtained the darkness ancient heavenly art. Back then, Feng Xingtian had displayed the darkness demonic fist that was recorded, the power extremely great. Now, Feng Bailing used its summoning method. Immediately afterwards, that supreme being appeared. Even though it was just a divine ability incarnation, its power was extremely terrifying. Sure how sighed, running again. He brought the golden lion with him, eventually even more so using the realm-shattering talisman again. He became weaker. Sure how keenly noticed. Not good, this brat is too sharp. We didn't kill him while he has the realm-shattering talisman on him. Our situation doesn't seem that good. Yuan Qing's expression changed. Sure enough, in the following few hours, Sure Hao appeared again and again, continuously being pursued, but he always successfully escaped. After things calmed down, he would always come back to provoke them. Finally, he was sure that the old ancestor Feng produced by the divine talisman couldn't hold on anymore, that it could no longer fully display power at the supreme being level. I thought that it was your clan's old thing who personally came here. Turns out it is just an imprint. Since it's like this, then I'll send you all on your way. Sure Hao slaughtered his way back again, his face cold. Hong Long. Suddenly, in front of Feng Chong, a great Dao talisman erupted. A figure flew out from within, this individual also having flowing silver hair, strength exceptionally powerful. 2 talismans. This was the second one. It appeared abruptly, rushing murderously at Sure Hao. For the sake of capturing me, your clan's old thing really did invest quite the resources. Why doesn't he just personally come? Sure Hao was extremely resentful. He had no choice but to run. We're leaving. At the same time, Feng Chong, Yuan Qing and the others also fled into the horizon. They knew that things were extremely troublesome now, that they couldn't kill Huang. He would always escape each time. Now it seemed like they themselves might be in danger. It was because as long as Huang could still hold on, eventually he would stick it through. After all, their old ancestors' talisman incarnations would always weaken with time. Pooh! Sure Hao coughed out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he was injured, swept through by the exceptional fist radiance, body almost broken apart. This was one of the few dangerous situations he had faced after his cultivation reached this level. I will definitely kill all of you. His voice carried a furious roar. He had to run again. Finally, he managed to last until that figure began to grow dim. Sure Hao's expression was ice-cold, stopping. Then, suddenly, he rushed through the skies, slaughtering his way back. This little Dao friend truly is extraordinary. Even when a supreme being level imprint appears, it wasn't able to capture him. He really is a heaven-warping figure. In the distance, next to a great lake, several elders looked over. They were all important figures from the Great Yin race, one of them precisely the elder Sure Hao had previously consulted. When the limits of the Great Yin River were mentioned, I already hinted that there might be dangers. Our clan did not wrong him this time. There were no grudges established. That elder said. The others nodded. The Great Yin clan stood aloof from worldly affairs, not willing to be caught up in this type of conflict. In the end, they disappeared. Now, it was Yuan Qing and the others' turn to be uneasy, because the 2 talismans had both been activated. There were supreme being level figures that rushed out, yet they couldn't kill Sure Hao. Meanwhile now, the 2 talismans lost their power, and Huang was chasing after them. They used altars wishing to cross the void, but in the end, Sure Hao directly used the realm-shattering talisman, chasing up to them, cutting them off. Hong Long. The void exploded. These people fell out, falling from the sky dome above. It was also only because it was them that they survived. If it was others, they would have definitely died in the chaotic void streams. Huang, you better cease your insolence. Feng Chong was unconvinced, inwardly furious. It was because this battle left him feeling too sullen. It was truly terrible. They came with supreme being level power, yet in the end, it lost effectiveness, unable to stop Huang. It made them feel as if they had no face. Sure Hao's hair was disheveled, entire body covered in blood as he coldly stared at them. He didn't say a word. Killing intent spread from his body, sweeping out like ocean waves. He moved in anger. Just now, he was almost killed by the supreme beings, leaving him injured. You bastards, we fought bloodily in desolate border, while you all are stirring up trouble in the back, even wishing to get rid of me today. You all will not be forgiven. Sure Hao said coldly, feeling a wave of fury within him that was about to burn down the 9 great heavens. He really found it hard to imagine that the 9 heavens' long-life families would actually fall to this type of level, that it was highly likely they might be colluding with the other side, harming their own people. We were too confident in our backing, truly too careless this time. Who would have thought that Meng Tianzheng would refine this type of great precious talisman for you? Feng Chong said. Just hand over your lives. Sure Hao slaughtered his way over. He rode on the golden lion like a war god entering the lower realm, heroic and glorious, golden light resplendent. Of course, he was also on guard against the other side's divine talismans, the ability to summon supreme being level power. It was clear that he thought too much. Even if it was a supreme being who wanted to use his own unmatched divine might, condense it into talismans for others, it was extremely difficult. Feng Chang faced him head-on. He was quite ferocious, displaying the darkness demonic fist, stirring up powerful winds. Black mist rushed into the heavens as he fought a great battle against Shihao. He was a late-stage self-release realm cultivator, extremely formidable and well-known in his clan, one of their few elites. However, he was facing Huang. When it came to a true great battle, he was completely overwhelmed. He released a great roar, struck until his entire mouth was covered in blood. This was just the beginning. Soon afterwards, he was almost killed by Shihao. His entire body was greatly shaken. Who knew just how many of his bones broke? Kill! Shihao roared out. This battle didn't have much suspense. With a PU sound, in just a few moves, the powerful Feng Chang was smashed apart by Shihao's lightning fist. A blast of bloody mist erupted in the void. Nothing else remained. There is also you all. Shihao shouted, already charging over murderously, fighting against Feng Bailing, also attacking everyone else. Feng Bailing and the others began to panic. Just now, there were some who wanted to rush to Feng Chang's rescue, also others who wanted to run. But in the end, they were all locked down by a mysterious domain. Shihao's power exceeded their imagination. Every move he made carried tremendous momentum, resonating with his existence. The great Tao symbols that were produced were like ripples, surging around him. It was precisely this type of power that locked down this area of the skies. Crucifix Divine Tao! Feng Bailing roared out. Even though she was female, she was extremely strong. 2 gashes were hacked open in the void, crisscrossed, forming a golden crucifix imprint, suppressed towards Shihao. Hong Long. Shihao's response was simple and direct. It was just a simple fist, yet it already blasted that golden crucifix Divine Tao to pieces, completely unable to stop him. This battle left Shihao quite shocked. Feng Bailing was extremely strong, moreover not just an ordinary type of powerful. She was able to block the great winds produced by Shihao's fist. However, there was no way this trend could last. With a PU sound, her fist exploded, struck by Shihao. There wouldn't be any exception, half her arm turning into bloody mist on the spot. Kacha! Immediately afterwards, Shihao even more so captured her. With a vicious twist, her beautiful head came off, killed just like that. There is also the errand dog. Shihao suddenly turned around, looking at Yuan Qing. Little Dao friend, please do not immediately resort to violence. We can talk things through. Let me tell you a great secret, Yuan Qing screamed. Pooh! Immediately afterwards, he screamed miserably, because Shihao condensed a sword art, cutting off an arm together with the shoulder, incredibly ferocious. Who is your Dao friend? Today, we'll settle old and new grudges. Shihao took action ruthlessly, directly hacking off Yuan Qing's right arm, at the same time looking at him with disdain. This person didn't have any backbone. He looked like someone with quite the powerful temperament, but in reality was only this much. Back then, just how forceful was this person? The moment they met, he immediately reached out a hand to suppress Shihao, acting like a supreme being, looking down on Shihao. Now that he was stuck facing Shihao, he actually lowered his stance, looking like he was going to compromise, without the slightest bit of an unyielding character. It really made others look at him with contempt. This type of person even previously stirred up such great trouble, claiming to dominate an area? Perhaps he only dared act like this towards individuals with lower cultivation levels, bullying the weak as the strong. Blood splashed out. Yuan Qing's face warped, but he endured it, not acting out or berating Shihao. He endured it, looking at Shihao, speaking out again, saying that all things could be talked over. Even someone like you has the nerve to plea for your life. Back then, when I was sent to Origin Ancient Mine, why didn't you think that there would be today? Shihao looked at him indifferently. Yuan Qing's face turned slightly green. Soon afterwards, he calmed down again, forcefully controlling himself. He really didn't think that there would be this scene today. Back then, the other side was a small cultivator who could be crushed with a single arm. Who would have thought that he would be able to threaten him so quickly? Huang, just how old was he? He was only 20-something years old, yet now he was already a self-release realm cultivator, becoming a late bloomer who could make others feel restraining fear. Yuan Qing found it hard to calm down, full of remorse. He didn't feel remorse for incurring hatred between himself and Shi Hao, but rather felt incomparable regret. Back then, why didn't he just kill the other party despite the consequences? In the past, he received Wind Clan's order to obstruct the sinner's blood descendant. However, none of them thought that this Huang would rise up, grow up to this state in such a short amount of time. He inwardly sighed. He could only blame the warning given by another expert, which led him not to deal the fatal blow. Otherwise, he might have already killed Shi Hao. At this point, he still didn't repent, only regretting that he didn't kill Huang back then, the fact that he missed the chance due to a moment of hesitation. Still unconvinced? All I can see from the depths of your eyes are unwillingness and resentment. Are you regretting that you didn't kill me back then? Shi Hao said. Yuan Qing was alarmed. Even this was seen through by the other side? The other party's divine senses were too sharp, right? This left him with a horrified feeling. I was just guessing, just trying to scare you a bit. Who would have thought that you really did have this type of remorse? Shi Hao's voice became cold. How could that be? Little friend, you overthought things. I didn't have such intentions. Yuan Qing explained. Ka. A crisp sound rang out. Yuan Qing's left arm was sliced off, coming off his body. A rain of blood sprinkled outwards, the scene a bit horrifying. He released a muffled groan, staggering backwards, his entire body shaking, almost planting straight into the ground. His complexion was snow-white, lacking all color. Shi Hao had condensed a sword art, hacking off his other arm. This was a fatal injury that made Yuan Qing's face distort, inwardly full of fear. It wasn't that Yuan Qing didn't want to fight, but rather because he had previously deduced that he didn't have the slightest chance. As long as he attacked, he would undoubtedly die. Dao friend, I was wrong. Could you give me a chance? I can help explain some things to you. Yuan Qing said. You are nothing more than an errand dog. How deep could the information you have access to be? Do you understand Supreme being level figures? Do you have their secrets? Or do you know about Immortal Dao secrets? Shi Hao said coldly, unperturbed. Yuan Qing's expression was ugly. He really wanted to continue living. The more one was like his type, the more they feared death. He didn't wish to follow Wind Clan's people into the afterlife. When faced with this type of contempt, all unyielding individuals would definitely retaliate. However, Yuan Qing instead lowered his head, giving in to Shi Hao. He couldn't help but submit to humiliation, because he wanted to preserve his life. Even though he knew that the chances weren't great, he still didn't wish to give up on it. Dao friend, you know that you are currently in great danger. He spoke, drawing Shi Hao's attention. Shi Hao looked at him coldly, not saying a word, remaining extremely silent. Yuan Qing suddenly felt like he was too wronged. In that instant, he really wanted to become hostile, just let out all of his suppressed resentment, thinking that even if he was killed, then that was that. However, he still endured it. These 3,000 provinces don't only have immortal palaces ruined immortal, at the very least, there are one or two more. Once they target you, the consequences will be extremely terrible. You know about them? Shi Hao finally spoke up. It was because he had long heard that the 3,000 provinces had at least 2 or 3 ruined immortals. Apart from Immortal Palace's existence, the others seemed extremely mysterious. If you vow to let me go, then I will tell you everything I know, Yuan Qing said. Shi Hao laughed, extremely cold, and also extremely cruel. He raised his hand again. If you force me, I won't talk. Moreover, if you want to search my primordial spirit imprint, it will still be futile, Yuan Qing shouted. He backed up, fearing that Shi Hao would suddenly act out. Pooh! Towards this, a streak of sword radiance shot out of Shi Hao's finger, using this as his response. He didn't accept this type of demand at all, extremely decisive, and also extremely cold, immediately blasting through his body. Ah! Yuan Qing screamed miserably. Sure how sword radiance was extremely terrifying. Half of Yuan Qing's body crushed to pieces. That sword energy's destructive power was too shocking, absolutely incomparable. Just speak. I'll let you off easily after, Sure Hao said. Wang Long, Yuan Qing roared in anger, shaking up the void. He knew that the other party wouldn't compromise. His entire body erupted, releasing its potential, even his primordial spirit shining, wishing to destroy indiscriminately, go all out against Sure Hao. However, he underestimated Sure Hao's strength. A divine halo appeared outside Sure Hao's body, multicolored light endless, covering this place. Yuan Qing discovered that he couldn't move, that he was restricted. All of his methods failed. Even you dare boast shamelessly about knowing about ruined immortals? Not even long-life families might necessarily know about them, Sure Hao said coldly. I know that one of the ruined immortals' weapon is an ancient battle axe, Yuan Qing said. And, Sure Hao said. He had heard about this before, moreover also saw that ancient axe. It was damaged. Back then, during the 3,000 provinces competition, when he survived from immortal ancient remains, many people encircling him from all sides, Willow deity appeared, unleashing a great slaughter, slaughtering sect masters. In the end, there was a magical decree that descended from the heavens, moreover a damaged ancient axe that appeared, carrying immortal light and chaotic energy. There were words carved in the void, asking Willow deity to show mercy. When he thought back to it now, that ancient axe's master was definitely a ruined immortal. Sure Hao sighed. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but remember Willow deity. Where was it? When could he meet with it again? The path Willow deity walked was extremely difficult. It was previously destroyed, cutting itself down. It really was quite the depressing thing. From an immortal ancient guardian spirit, it germinated once more into a willow tree, enduring far too many difficulties during this period. These were all things Sure Hao gradually learned later on. Willow deity had experienced destruction, turning into a seed. It then became powerful once more, yet in the end, it cut itself down again. Due to an unknown reason, it was then struck down by the terrifying lightning of the heavens. It could be said that the Willow deity of this age was no longer the guardian spirit of immortal ancient. It was because it had to start from the very beginning again. What it cut off wasn't only its cultivation, but also its memories. However, in the end, as long as it could reach the peak, exceed or be equal to before, it could definitely recall everything about the past. From extremely powerful to extremely weak, then rising and falling again and again, and then returning in the end, this really was too dangerous. Sure Hao believed that the current Willow deity most likely completely revived, because last time when he entered Immortal Domain with Sanzang and Shenming, and then came back, along the way he encountered some of the imprints left by Willow deity, this enough to explain everything. That dam, the waves gave clues into many things. Even true immortals died on that dam, while this was its final destination. It had to be powerful enough in order to head there. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Sure Hao snapped back, saying, "You know nothing more than a weapon. What is the use in keeping you alive?" He raised his hand, about to suppress and kill him. It was because these were things he could find out even without asking Yuan Qing. Immortal Qing knew more than him, so Sure Hao already knew about some secrets. "Don't! I can tell you a great secret!" Yuan Qing screamed. Under Yuan Qing's screams, Sure Hao released another streak of sword radiance, hacking him into two at the waist, ruthless. Sure Hao felt that only under extreme fear would Yuan Qing tell him the truth. Origin ancient mine. It is precisely that place that might have a path into another world. He roared out, truly scared. When Sure Hao heard this, he didn't take action again. A path into another world. Where did it lead to? He recalled the Protector's descendant. Back then, he had ran to Origin ancient mine, wishing to find some secrets regarding his ancestors. In the end, causing crazy black blood to surge, filling the ancient mine with blood. Was it the same as Immortal Tomb? After many years passed, Would an unmatched individual return from there? Elaborate, Shihao shouted. Yuan Qing, while in a state of extreme nervousness, was actually a bit tongue-tied. You also only know these things, right? What is the point in keeping you alive? Shihao said coldly, and then he didn't hesitate anymore. Don't! Yuan Qing screamed. Unfortunately, this time Shihao didn't give him any chance. A sword descended, cutting through his primordial spirit, flesh crushed into a rain of light, body and soul destroyed. Yuan Qing was killed. Shihao sighed. This karma was finally resolved. Not a single Wind Clan expert was able to escape, all of them killed. Towards these enemies, Shihao wouldn't show any mercy. The other side came precisely for him, so what benevolence was there to talk about it? That was just laughable. Wind blew past. This entire world calmed down. Shihao released a sigh. He wandered about this place, heading to Great Yin Clan, and then back to Great Yang Clan. Just which one was the path back? At the limits of the Great Yin River, or was it the Great Yang River? Which one was real? And, suddenly Shihao's mind shook. Perhaps both of them are real. He spoke like this. The Great Yin and Great Yang, the extreme of Yang was Yin, extreme of Yin was Yang. The limits of the Great Yin River and the limits of the Great Yang River. Did they flow together? Shihao was greatly shaken, feeling like this was a possibility. In that instant he was moved, as if he saw the path home, finding hope. Only where was this kind of place? According to what the two clans said, it was in the void, in outer space, existing throughout time. That type of river wasn't the underground Great Yin or Great Yang water, but rather one formed by the eternally imperishable natural laws of heaven and earth. Shihao wanted to start looking into this, yet didn't know how to begin. He released a sigh, feeling extremely helpless. In the end, he followed the path down. This place bordered the uninhabited region. He remembered immortal ancient remains. It was precisely in that expanse of the uninhabited region. Back then, when the struggle between the 3,000 provinces geniuses ended and immortal ancient remains appeared, clashing and linking together with the 3,000 provinces, it was located precisely in the boundless uninhabited region. In the past, many things happened in those immortal ancient remains. Shihao killed fallen divine child and divine dark child, fought geniuses from all different places, powerfully rising above. Moreover, there were quite a few people from immortal ancient remains who established good karma with him. Shihao had previously helped rid them of their curses, and before leaving, when he was stopped by those sect masters, those people had protected him. If it was in the past, if Shihao wanted to enter the uninhabited region, there would definitely be great danger, but now he could travel through it. This was especially the case when he didn't have to go that deep into this region, so he could safely cross it. When he was still a set distance away, he already experienced a type of mysterious aura. This was a Tao aura unique to immortal ancient remains, as if it arrived after crossing an endless river of time. The Tao laws in this ancient land could be considered rather complete, a cultivation land blessed by heaven. When Shihao entered deeply into immortal ancient remains, there was immediately a commotion. Quite a few clans came to meet with him. Ha! The 8 armed soul races clan elder came. Then Beauty Clan, Rock Demon Clan, and the other clans' higher levels also came. When they saw Shihao again, they were full of excitement, their eyes all burning fiercely. Little brother, you finally came. Our seemingly hopeless wishes have finally brought you back. These people were too enthusiastic. They were all laughing loudly, surrounding Shihao, their eyes burning with even greater ferocity than when seeing exceptional beauties, making Shihao feel extremely uncomfortable. He naturally knew the reason why. It wasn't only because they were on good terms with each other, but more because now that he came, he could help them neutralize their curses. Immortal ancient remains people all suffered from mysterious curses, none of them able to live for a long time. This type of suffering accompanied them for their whole lives. Only lightning tribulation liquid could free them from this. Lightning tribulation liquid from normal heavenly tribulations wasn't enough. Only the most powerful types of heavenly tribulation could produce this type of liquid. In these 3,000 provinces, just how many people could cross that type of tribulation? Sure how had helped them before, some people being freed as a result. Now he came back. It naturally made them all incredibly excited and moved. One had to understand that their clansmen's numbers were definitely not few, needing lightning tribulation liquid extremely badly. Don't worry. My cultivation now is completely different from before. Once I cross tribulation, a single drop of the lightning tribulation liquid produced is enough to save many people. Sure how promised. When this was said, the clans were all extremely gratified. Many people became incredibly happy, surrounding him like stars around a moon. Little brother, seeing as how you are rather preoccupied, did you end up encountering some type of trouble? Someone asked, because they saw that after they invited Sure how into their pure land, bringing all types of delicacies, Sure how was always distracted. This left all of them a bit stunned. They knew that in the past, this youngster towards good food was always rather savage. Even if he didn't have the conditions to enjoy good food, he would create his own, roasting quite a few of his enemies, treating them as delicious food. Now, there was a whole table of delicious food, yet he was actually distracted, indifferent. This really was a bit too rare. I am trying to figure out a way home. Sure how didn't hide anything, saying things as they were. He felt like since these were immortal ancient clans, it wasn't entirely out of the question for them to know some secrets. Even though he had some hope, he never thought that these people really did know, granting him a tremendous piece of happy news. The limits of the Great Yin and Great Yang. Isn't that the legendary Void Crucifix River? Someone said, carrying doubt. Correct. It is definitely that place. Another elder nodded. You all know about that place? Sure how was shocked. There were recordings in the ancestors' personal letters that there is indeed that type of place. The 8-armed soul race's elder said. Sure how was stupefied. Not long ago he was still worried about where to look. Who would have thought that now, there would suddenly be progress, possibly finding out where that path was. This really was unexpected good news. These people had never went there, nor was there any way for them to go there because they always lived in immortal ancient remains, basically cutting them off from the rest of the world. As for that path, it wasn't in this place at all. Soon afterwards, there were people who found the ancient book. They explained things word by word, phrase by phrase to Sure how, helping him figure out where it was. The land where Yin and Yang intersects. The two rivers in the void. The place where Great Yin and Great Yang make contact. In this world, there was Great Yang and Great Yin, the two opposing each other, but they could also mutually transform into each other. That place was precisely where Yin and Yang were born. Could be said that all things in this world could be derived through Yin and Yang. The so-called Great Yin and Great Yang represented an opposition, even more so representing two great natural laws. In the end, there was another clan who found several jade books, the details that were recorded on them even more detailed, providing a precise location. It is in the life-restricted region. When it was finally confirmed, those here all sucked in cold breaths of air. Even Sure how was shocked. That type of place definitely couldn't be entered. Otherwise, it would be the same as digging one's own grave. How could it be like this? He was stunned. The restricted region that had existed since immortal ancient age, this was definitely terrifying. After endless years passed, the existences inside there had definitely long become undying. Little friend, I think it's still best if you give up. Even during immortal ancient years, those restricted regions were not places that could be entered. They have always been neutral. Once provoked, there will be great trouble. Someone said with a sigh. They were already this awe-inspiring back then? Sure how was shaken. Yes, there are some restricted regions that have existed for an endless amount of time, existing through all of history, perhaps even greater than the history we know of. One of them nodded, his expression complicated. Sure how was also shocked. Those restricted regions' origins were all tremendous. He became silent. How was he supposed to go home now? Things were extremely troublesome. This map's terrain is inside the 3,000 provinces? Suddenly, Sure how was shocked. He noticed that the recordings on this jade book were precisely in the 3,000 provinces. However, He had never heard that the 3,000 provinces had a life-restricted region. From what he knew, the restricted regions that had existed from past until present were all in the 9 heavens above, far from the world of mortals. For normal people, forget about accidentally entering, even finding them was extremely difficult. There are no restricted regions in this great land? Even the immortal ancient natives were extremely shocked, all of them stupefied. The crucifix in Yang Earth doesn't exist in this world anymore? They didn't seem too convinced. I've never heard of any. At the very least, in regards to this region, there aren't any dangerous lands recorded in the books. Sure, how wasn't that certain? Everyone here all became puzzled, starting to discuss with each other. Sure, how seized the opportunity to understand things in detail. Eventually, he confirmed the precise location. Afterwards, he stayed here for a bit, producing a bit of lightning tribulation liquid. This was all from his past tribulations that was left over and saved. Moreover, for the sake of these clans he was on good terms with, he had even faced tribulation in the uninhabited region, truly facing a sea of thunder, withstanding endless lightning alone just to obtain lightning tribulation liquid. The heavenly tribulation at the self-release realm was naturally terrifying beyond compare. Extremely terrifying. Sure, how was covered in blood, only barely making it through alive. The lightning tribulation liquid he obtained was naturally terrifyingly precious. Just a single drop was enough to dissolve the curses of countless people. He left behind 90% of it for these people, and then preserved some for himself to use. After ingesting it, not only was he restored to his peak condition, in the end, he even made some breakthroughs in progress. In the end, Sure How said his goodbyes. He was going to crucifix in Yang Earth, heading to the outside of that restricted region to look around. There was a path there. Did it still exist? At the same time, he wanted to confirm what exactly was going on with the crucifix in Yang Earth. Was it still a restricted region? Why were there no recordings in the 3,000 provinces, no one mentioning its existence? Sure How sat on the golden lion. This time they left through the altar, traveling through millions and millions of li, arriving at a certain province. Then they directly headed towards crucifix in Yang Earth. Soon afterwards, he confirmed that he was approaching his destination. This place was extremely desolate and also extremely barren. There was rubble everywhere, broken mountains continuous, weeds growing rampant. Unlike normal grand places, in this place, there was no graceful scenery, no heaven and earth spiritual essence that flowed out, only an overgrown world. There was no signs of life for hundreds of thousands of li. Sure How knew that this was likely precisely his destination. With his powerful senses, he could separately sense the great yin and great yang, these two auras. This is it. The golden lion widened its bronze eyes. Its mane was golden, appearance truly quite majestic, as if cast from gold. It carried Sure How on its back, continuing forward into this desolate land overgrown with weeds. Something strange. I feel a bit uneasy. At first, the golden lion didn't seem too bothered, but as it went in deeper, all of the golden beast fur on its body began to stand up straight. This place made one feel a bit strange. It was extremely uneasy. Sure How also became serious. Could it be that there really was a life-restricted region here? Broken mountains extended continuously, all of them grand and majestic in the past, but for some reason they were now all damaged. There wasn't a single divine tree or spiritual herb, only weeds and vines. This place was extremely quiet. There were no beasts, nor were there any birds, to the extent where there weren't even any bugs. Eventually, after traveling for thousands of li, he saw a scorched black mountain. This place was clearly different from the other places, the broken mountain as if it completely scorched, and then quickly cooled. On the ground there were ashes. Even after tens of thousands of years passed, there were still no changes that took place here. On this land that could still be considered open, it was completely pitch black, the leftover traces of being burned. It was as if a wasteland had been set aflame. The weeds turned into black ashes. Great Yang essence energy. Sure How sensed that, on this region, there was rich Great Yang essence energy. The reason this place was burned was definitely because of Great Yang power. Finally, when he walked forward again, he had a different type of experience again. There was a bone-penetrating icy coldness, as if it erupted from the depths of hell. Up ahead, there was a lake, but it had dried up. It was extremely vast, strand after strand of great energy swirling about, in the form of a haze, its black color a bit terrifying. Great energy, there was no mistake. The golden lion brought sure how through this place. It produced divine light to protect itself, fearing that something unexpected might happen here. Soon afterwards, the large amounts of broken mountains disappeared. Sure how entered an extremely vast ancient land. In this region, there were no giant mountains, nor were there any ancient trees and other things. An expanse of ancient plains stretched out as far as the eye could see. Of course, this region still stood out from other places. There was a layer of black ashes on the ground, extremely thick, several feet in total. Only heaven knew what had been burned down here back then. These ashes seemed to have buried countless secrets, making one feel extremely uneasy upon seeing it. Dang! The golden lion unintentionally kicked out something metallic from the ashes, in the end discovering that this was a golden bone. It was extremely hard. Bone of a deity. The golden lion shivered inwardly, sucking in a cold breath. It was because it could sense that the owner of this bone was extremely powerful when he was alive, definitely not weaker than itself. This is... Even sure how frowned. When he jumped off the golden lion and wandered this land of ashes, he also discovered some ruined bones and other things. Even the worst quality of the bones here were at the heavenly deity realm. Don't tell me. These black ashes are the byproduct of burning down deities? The golden lion broke out into a cold shiver. This place was too large, while the ashes were several feet thick, still here after endless years, not scattered by mountain floods, definitely extraordinary. Cremated ashes of deities. In the end, the golden lion was moved, shivering inwardly. It was because it was already sure that this land of ashes was made from the bodies of deceased deities. Countless experts' bodies were burned to ashes. Sure how was shocked. Just what kind of event was this? Just how many people died back then? Sure how used a great method, trying to raise this black expanse of ashes. But in the end, he discovered that it was extremely heavy, like golden sand. Broken walls and historical ruins. Under these ashes were actually ruins, extremely grand and ancient. He was now sure that this was precisely Crucifix in Yang Earth, the life-restricted region of the past. It was because he saw a piece of stone that had these recordings. Even though it was damaged, one could still guess at its meaning. The past life-restricted region was actually destroyed. Who did this? Sure how stood in place, a bit stupefied. Even though he had long guessed that the 3,000 provinces weren't as strong as the life-restricted region. Now, when he saw this scene, he was still extremely shocked. A restricted region was wiped out. Back then, just what kind of battle happened? Dig this place up. No matter what, we have to unearth this restricted region. Sure how ordered the fearless lion. This was a free source of labor. The golden lion's eyelids jumped, extremely resentful. But it didn't dare act out. It actually already gradually adapted to obeying orders, in the end clenching its teeth and just doing it. There was a lot of ashes, these ashes carrying demonic attribute power. The golden lion used great magic force to clear it, finally revealing quite a few clues. There were many palaces and buildings, but they all collapsed, turning into ruins, the debris about to be erased. It was unknown just how long they had been buried for. This life-restricted region had already disappeared for an extremely long time. Apart from this place had a medicinal field and a martial arena, both of them extremely grand. Divine medicine roots. What a pity! They've already rotted. The golden lion was regretful. When it dug up the medicinal field, it was shocked. It was because there were several dozen stalks of divine medicines here, just that they had long rotted. It really was quite the pity, leaving them shocked. Divine medicines are extremely rare. Once one goes extinct, every single loss is significant, possibly even going extinct from this world. The battle back then really was miserable. Sure how revealed a look of shock. I wonder if there are any immortal medicine. That type of plant wouldn't rot, wouldn't perish. Even if it was buried for endless generations, it can still be dug out alive. The golden lion said. It was hopeful because not even normal extreme formations would harm immortal medicines. They were cared for by the heavens, able to exist forever in this world. Normally speaking, restricted regions usually do have a stock of immortal medicine. The golden lion's expression was extremely fierce, starting to carefully search about. Unfortunately, it was left in despair. This region didn't have anything at all, only ashes and deathly stillness. Great Yin River. Suddenly, the golden lion cried out. While clearing out this region, it saw a dried-up river. It began to carefully dig this place up. The great Yin energy was extremely strong, continuously rising. If it was anyone else, they would definitely back off, but this lion wasn't scared. Soon afterwards, as the dried-up river was cleared out, black water was revealed. The true Great Yin River was seen. Even Xianxia was moved. Eventually, he discovered that this great river cut across these ruins. Only it was too dried up, only having a bit of Great Yin water. Great Yang River. Soon afterwards, they discovered another river that flowed perpendicular to the other one. It intersected with the Great Yin River, forming a cross. They found it just like that. Xianxia was in a bit of disbelief. Perpendicular rivers, formed from Great Yin and Great Yang. This was their destination. Xianxia stood at the intersection of these two dried-up great rivers, carefully staring at it. Where was that path? Where the Great Yin and Great Yang intersected was precisely the heart of this ancient land. Was there a path into the lower realms here? Xianxia and the Golden Lion searched about carefully, but they didn't find any ancient paths. There were no clues. This place is not normal, the Golden Lion said after pondering for a long time. Xianxia shot him a look of disdain, almost smacking him. You don't say. This used to be a life-restricted region, so it was naturally different. What I am trying to say is that these rivers don't seem to have naturally dried up, because there is some type of external force. The Golden Lion further explained. They continued to study this place, but in the end, there were still no clues. Great Yin, Great Yang, which one is weak and which one is strong? The two of them actually met like this, intersecting together. Xianxia said to himself. In the end, he couldn't help but start to carry out an analysis. His hands moved, using Yin and Yang power, starting to carry out a deduction. Regardless of whether it was the Kuan-Peng technique or the Lightning Emperor divine ability, they both contained Yin and Yang changes, which was he wasn't unfamiliar to this concept at all, instead rather adept. When he formed an imprint here, he actually triggered the resonation of heaven and earth here. This really is a natural Yin-Yang earth. When I spur on the Yin and Yang Great Tao here, it actually seems to have life about to revive here. Xianxia was shocked. Meanwhile, what left him even more shocked was still to come. When he derived the Yin and Yang Great Taos to the extreme, this place rumbled with noise. Regardless of whether it was the Great Yin River or Great Yang River, they both appeared again. A great river that was pitch black like ink appeared, surging with Yin energy, black mists roiling. Another river emerged, golden light resplendent, blazing with radiance, making one about to turn into ashes. The two rivers intersected, chaotic energy surging. It was extremely terrifying. However, this was still only what initially left Xianxia stunned. Then he was once more a bit stunned, almost becoming petrified. These are projections. Are they true projection incarnations of Great Yin and Great Yang rivers? Xianxia was stunned. He noticed that when the projections were cast on the ground, it indeed absorbed Great Yin and Great Yang power, condensing it all into a stream. How terrifying were the true Yin and Yang rivers then? Hong! Heaven and earth trembled, a terrifying aura spreading. Xianxia and the Golden Lion both suddenly raised their heads, looking outwards. The void split open. Two rivers appeared, intersecting and flowing past each other. One was pitch black like an abyss, the other resplendent like the heavenly sun. Apart from this, Xianxia also saw some giant palaces. There were some palaces that floated in the void. Even though they were damaged, they were incomparably grand, shockingly ancient, situated near these two great rivers. The true Great Yin and Great Yang rivers are in the void, in the cosmos. They have appeared. Xianxia was moved. At the same time, he also shivered inwardly. He sensed a problem. That true life-restricted region might not be on the surface, but rather in the void. The things on the ground were only the surface, the skin and hair. Honglong. Xianxia rushed into the heavens. He found hope. This place had his path home. He could enter the lower realms. The Great Yin River and Great Yang River intersected in the void, forming a great cross. It was grand and astonishing. One was pitch black like ink, the other golden and resplendent, the former full of energy, the latter blazing with divine energy. One as if it came from hell, one as if it originated from a divine kingdom. These were two completely different rivers, both of them surrounded by great Tao symbols, containing terrifying power. A roaring sound was produced, absolutely deafening. This wasn't the past Great Yin or Great Yang River because what he saw before weren't pure, but rather just ordinary rivers, while the two before him were the source, ancestral rivers. There were two rivers on the ground as well, under the ashes. Just how did they take form? When they carefully thought about it, those really were projections. There was true Great Yin and Great Yang in this world, stretching across the cosmos. Wherever their projections were cast onto a surface, Great Yin and Great Yang essence energy would gather, ultimately mixing together with an ordinary river, forming a body of water. The two rivers below the ashes could already be considered extremely pure, but compared to the two in the sky dome above, they were far too inferior. Honglong. Xianxia tore through the ripple-like great formation patterns, advancing with great difficulty. He arrived in the void, approaching this place. All of the fur on the golden lion's body stood on end, because this place was too terrifying. The aura that was released made it so that one couldn't help but tremble. This place was definitely not trivial, making one feel great respect, tremble from the very soul. The Yin and Yang formed from the great Tao contrasted and complemented each other. Even the five elements originated from Yin and Yang energies. This place was the root. Before these Great Yin and Great Yang rivers, all creatures would naturally be moved, feeling endlessly stirred. All cultivators would tremble from their souls when they came here. Xianxia slowly calmed down, gradually adapting to this place's fluctuations. The golden lion wasn't an ordinary individual either. It released a low roar, finally calming down considerably too. Its soul no longer trembled, advancing step by step with Xianxia. When they looked at it from a different angle, as the two watched these streams interweave, they then felt that they were peaceful and complete, calm and quiet. The earlier rumbling noises actually completely disappeared at this moment. This was a calm and beautiful scenery, the most peaceful land of this world. How could it be like this? This was precisely the great Tao. Its transformations were endless, impossible to grasp. It could be said that the Great Yin River and Great Yang River were tangible embodiments of the world's great Tao, the most suitable mediums for describing natural laws and order. Great Yin and Great Yang energies represented Yin-Yang. These could be called the mother of natural laws, an extraordinary power. Now one man, one beast came here. After they calmed themselves down, the entire world seemed to have become at peace. They obtained quite a few benefits here. At the very least, their understandings towards Yin and Yang deepened. This affected their own paths. Xianxia released a sigh of astonishment. The inside of his body was rumbling, those opened gates in his flesh erupting with sacred light, dazzling and resplendent. Kacha! Only when a light sound rang out in the distance did the two come awake, snapping out from this type of Tao comprehension state. Near the intersecting streams were a few buildings, all of them damaged and ruined. Just now, there was a piece of stone that cracked, waking them up. This was in the void. There was no land, no great continent, only two rivers. They were a part of the great Tao, as well as some type of tangible incarnation. However, back then, there were creatures who took residence here, turning this place into their homeland. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? This was previously a life-restricted region, one that overlooked the 9 heavens 10 earths. As for the ground, the ruins under the ashes, it was clearly still left by the clan. However, it was quite clear that this was the foundational important place. Without a doubt, those who had the qualifications to reside here were definitely core members, the most powerful creatures. Only they had already been extinguished. Meanwhile, this type of terrifying thing was far more significant than the fact that some clans were able to reside here. Just what kind of power was able to overturn a life-restricted region, eradicate it? From the looks of it, the battle back then was extremely intense, or else why would there be these types of ashes on the ground? One had to understand that those ashes were formed from burning the bodies of deities. Where is the gate? Xianxia searched about. He remained extremely vigilant while walking through these ruins. It was because this was the center of the life-restricted region. He had no idea why it was destroyed. Soon afterwards, Xianxia broke into a cold shiver. Then, the golden lion also trembled. It was because even though the buildings here were damaged, not that many, they still gave off a great pressure. There was a damaged stone tablet with undying energy that flowed out, somewhat horrifying. It was clear that there was no way this place had life. Back then, the people and events were all buried, not a trace of life force and other things remaining. However, the places where the natives lived were still intimidating, especially this place. This was the area where core figures remained. The buildings were all in ruin, nothing left behind, only giant rocks, copper pillars, and other things there. However, it still made one's fine hairs stand on end. The residences of undying beings had their own energy fields. Even after many years passed, they still didn't scatter. Could be said that if it wasn't for Xianxia and the Golden Lion being strong enough, normal people wouldn't be able to reach this place at all. They would all fall under the pressure. One could imagine that if this place wasn't destroyed, even if no one was here to guard this place, not many people could reach this place. It was just too terrifying. Where is the gate? The Golden Lion was also searching. It avoided the ruins, entering the void, roaming about in front of the two great rivers. Just like that, they searched for a long time, but they didn't obtain any clues, unable to see any activity from start until now. Great Yin and Great Yang. There is an ancient path at their limits leading into the lower realm. However, where is it? Xianxia said to himself. Following the clues he obtained beforehand, he now came here, yet there was still no gate to be found. Hong Long. Suddenly, he began to derive the Kuan Peng technique, two wings appearing behind him, gently swaying. Great Yin and Great Yang power spread, producing chaotic energy. Right, it should be over there, he realized with a start. Deriving the Yin-Yang Great Tao here made Xianxia suddenly see the truth. Where was the gate most likely to be? It was definitely where the Great Yin and Great Yang rivers intersected. The region where the cross intersected had chaotic energy surging. It spread throughout, making this place extremely indistinct. He arrived, sensing an unprecedented pressure. He remained extremely careful. Xianxia threw in a magical artifact. Before it entered the point where the two streams intersected, there were already some splashes produced, and then chaotic energy surged, that magical artifact melting, completely destroyed. This made the Golden Lion suck in a cold breath of air, inadvertently backing up. This was the ancient path? If one really went in, wouldn't they undoubtedly die? Something's not right. Xianxia frowned. He began to derive the Yin-Yang Great Tao again. This time, it wasn't only the Kuan Peng technique, he also used the Lightning Emperor divine ability. When lightning was mentioned, normally one would always assume it represented destruction, that it was the judgment of the heavens. However, there was also lightning tribulation liquid, this type of exuberant life force. Yin and Yang, life and death, these opposed each other, these two balanced and true. Xianxia transformed, his entire body shining. Endless patterns appeared, sometimes a Kuan fish, sometimes a great Peng bird, and then he turned into lightning, electrical arcs everywhere. Hong! A great noise sounded. This entire world seemed to have erupted. Oh! The Golden Lion's mane stood on end, but in reality, his entire body's fur stood on end, becoming like needles. It released a loud cry, quickly escaping into the distance. It was because right at this moment the Great Yin and Great Yang rivers moved, changing their trajectories. One came crashing down from the skies, one rushing horizontally past. They still intersected, but their paths had changed. Their point of intersection was precisely where Xianxia was. The golden lion simply refused to believe what it was seeing. Was this an illusion? Or was this real? Was Huang going to bathe in the Great Yin and Great Yang rivers, going to return to assimilate into the Great Tao? The fearless lion could tell that those two rivers carried many secrets. They were formed from symbols, the condensation of two types of origin force. Honglong. However, the horrible conclusion didn't happen. Where the two rivers met, a gate appeared, extremely mysterious, and also extremely strange. Chaotic energy was released from it, while Xianxia stood precisely outside of it. At this time, the gate was already open. One could see an ancient path made from ash-brown stones that led into the distant unknown. They found it was precisely here. Xianxia was shaken. This was definitely the path that he could use to return to his homeland. He really never expected that this type of method was needed to open it, that one had to be proficient in the Yin-Yang Great Tao, resonate with these two rivers, only then could this mysterious ancient path be opened. At the same time, he was full of doubts. Why was this ancient path in the place where Great Yin and Great Yang intersected? What era was this left behind from? Who was the one who created it? Also, were the lower realms really that important for one to create this type of ancient path maintaining a connection? They really did find it. It was precisely this path, existing in the destroyed life-restricted region. Xianxia was excited and moved. All of his efforts weren't for naught after all. He found the mysterious path back home. In the distance, the fearless lion was incredibly shocked. Did Huang really successfully find the path? You, come here. Xianxia beckoned the lion over. The golden lion was extremely careful, standing near the great rivers. It felt the pressure of the great Tao, not daring to truly enter the water. Do you have the courage to enter that ancient path? Xianxia asked. The golden lion shook its head. Even though it saw the ancient path, it was still worried. What if there was danger when it went inside? At the same time, it was hopeful, expectations in the depths of its eyes, hoping that Xianxia would go inside. If something unexpected happened, then it would be freed. Chi! A divine rainbow flew out, wrapping around the golden lion. It was like a chain, binding it firmly, moreover dragging it towards that ancient gate. Xianxia was a self-release realm cultivator, while the fearless lion still hadn't reached this level. When the two were compared, there was a huge difference, so it was easily restricted. You? It released a roar, never expecting Xianxia to be this strong. Even while he was standing where the two rivers intersected, he could still capture it. In reality, there were no dangers where the two rivers intersected. Even though that place was covered in chaotic energy, it was extremely peaceful. It was as if that ancient gate could protect this place. Just go inside. Xianxia pushed open the gate, and then threw the golden lion in. Kacha! In that instant, sounds of bones breaking could be heard from within the golden lion's body. It was suppressed by a mysterious power, simply about to explode to pieces. Ah! It screamed miserably. In that gate, there didn't seem to be much danger, but there was a formless force field that suppressed creatures, making them endure power exceeding the limit. Even the golden lion couldn't hold on, which was why its body was about to be crushed as soon as it went in. Sure enough, it could only hold on for a moment. It began to bleed from all 7 apertures, cursing out endlessly. It was because it was going to die. This wasn't some suppression of a magical formation, nor was it a divine ability or a precious technique, just a mysterious and powerful domain's power that was crushing it. Xianxia immediately pulled it out, because there were still some chains on its body placed by him beforehand. If he was a step too late, the golden lion might have truly died there. Huang! I'm going to stake it all against you, the golden lion screamed. It had never been in such a miserable state before. Who knew just how many of its bones broke, even its body warping beyond recognition, about to become a lump of paste. It roared out, yet it couldn't stand up, laying powerless on the ground. All right, if there are any difficulties, we'll face them together. I just wanted you to get a share of both the delights and hardships. Xianxia said. Delights and hardships, my ass. Why didn't you go inside? The golden lion was furious, really wishing to bite him. I am going inside right now. Xianxia let it go. He really did step inside, pushing open that ancient gate, stepping into the ash-brown stone stairway behind it. In that instant, Xianxia felt as if he was struck by thunder, entire body shaking greatly. The bones in his body released pi-pa sounds, suffering a great blow, body about to break apart. This was terrifying after all. Even someone as powerful as him suffered so greatly, in such a dangerous situation. Pooh! Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood, because he felt as if a great star smashed down on his back. Then, his chest, his frontal bone, the back of his head, his entire body felt as if he was being hammered by great stars, suffering pressure that couldn't be any greater. This was a suppression of the extreme, a bit greater than even the greatest strength he currently possessed. Xianxia understood. This gate was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the golden lion or himself, or anyone else, the power they faced was greater than one's own. At Xianxia's level, he was definitely someone who already transcended above, because he did this in every single cultivation realm, perfect and flawless, or else how could he overlook all of his peers, sweep through all of the foreign emperor clan youngsters? However, he suffered so greatly here. This was a type of extreme realm suppression, but it exceeded the limits of what he could currently endure. Blood gushed out from his entire body. All of his pores were spraying out blood, Xianxia becoming a blood person. The bones in his body continuously released gabbing noises. The power was too terrifying. He was extremely shocked. No wonder even that golden lion, with its tremendous aptitude, was almost killed the instant it entered, directly having 100 bones broken. It was terrifying after all. Fortunately, Xianxia stuck it through. Eventually, his bones continuously released noises, but he managed to hold on. Even though blood was still trickling out of his pores, he really did hold on. At the very least, all of his bones were fine, not a single one broken. After a long time passed, even though he coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood, his condition didn't worsen further. He took a step forward, but he discovered that this path was extremely difficult, that it was like this the entire way. In the end, Xianxia stood there, only returning after silently experiencing this place for a long time. The golden lion was in complete despair. Could it be that this fella really had an innate immortal body? It really was freakish, actually able to withstand it. He was hoping that something unexpected would happen to Xianxia. If he died inside, then it would be free to roam the world. I believe that apart from me, there might not be many more who can endure this power in this world now, Xianxia said to himself. Then his expression changed. He threw the golden lion into a spatial magical artifact, saying, "Sorry." After saying this, he brought the magical artifact with him, entering this gate. He wanted to carry out a test, see if there would be any danger if he brought his parents inside. The golden lion was entirely golden, but right now, its face turned a bit green. "Little bastard, you and me aren't finished." Fortunately, it was unaffected. After the magical artifact was collected into Xianxia's body, he was the one who endured all of the external pressure. It didn't spread into the spatial magical artifact inside of him. There is no danger. This way, I don't have to worry anymore, Xianxia said. He let the golden lion out. Then the man and beast leapt out of the chaotic earth. That great river overflowed, continuously interweaving, returning to its original position. Everything worked out perfectly. Let's go. After Xianxia and the golden lion fully recovered, he rode on its body, leaving this region, entering the great earth below. As they left, the two rivers in the skies disappeared, the great Tao patterns all vanishing. Then, Xianxia left the land of ashes, speeding along, thus departing into the distance. Since he found his path home, he didn't wish to stay for too long in the 3,000 provinces. After cleaning up some matters, he would bring his parents with him, hurry down into the lower realms. It truly is regretful. I couldn't find anything about the people or events related to Supreme Hall. Xianxia sighed. On the way back, he shook his head. When he returned to the 3,000 provinces, he always paid close attention to this, even asking Immortal Qin about it, but there were no results. Forget it. Once I return to the 3,000 provinces in the future, I'll carefully search for everything then. Sure Hao released a light sigh. The Supreme Hall bloodline could no longer be found now. Even that cheap Master Qi Daolin from back then disappeared without a trace. Sure Hao hastened along, returning to Qin clan. The moment he returned, he saw that many people's expressions were strange as they looked at him, carrying reverence. Bro, you're back. Qin Hao immediately hurried back, eyes blazing. What happened? Sure Hao asked. Big brother, do you not even fear supreme beings? News spread outside, saying that Wind Clan wanted you dead. Yet in the end, they were completely wiped out by you. Even after supreme being level figures took action, yet you were still unaffected. Qin Hao said. Sure Hao was stunned. The news of the intense battle with Feng Chong, Yuan Qing, and the others already spread? Shi Xiling and Qin Yining also hurried over, both of them as if relieved from a burden, releasing a sigh of relief. It was because they really were worried badly. Their eldest son faced off against a supreme being. How could they not be uneasy? They were scared that something dangerous happened, already almost worried sick. Soon afterwards, Immortal Qin also came, coming to inform him of some things. Now, many powers in the 3,000 provinces heard what happened, all of them incredibly shocked, feeling extremely uneasy. This was especially true for those who previously joined up, wishing to deal with Sure Hao, all of them unable to sit peacefully. There were news that the Nine Heavens Wind Clan old ancestor took action, wishing to kill you, Immortal Qin said. Wind Clan's old ancestor's two talismans weren't able to kill Sure Hao, triggering huge alarm, leaving this clan in an extremely passive situation. It was rumored that this supreme being was going to personally descend into the lower realms to kill Sure Hao. At the crucial time, Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's supreme beings stopped at their clan entrance, blocking him, preventing him from entering the lower realms. Sure Hao was shocked. Wind Clan's ancestor actually wanted to personally take action thus. When news leaked out, people bringing news down from the Nine Heavens, quite a few powers from the 3,000 provinces were shaken. Look, the treasures that have been brought over are piling up higher and higher. Immortal Qin laughed. In a few buildings, the treasures and materials really were piled high, all of them things some great sects resolved themselves to part with to neutralize the grudge, bringing them over. Child, this time, have you made some progress? Did you find that ancient path? Shi Xiling asked. I already found it. We can go back, Sure Hao said. When these words were spoken, everyone here became shocked. Go, we're going home. This day, this instant, we are returning to the lower realms. Shi Xiling said excitedly. Okay. We'll leave right now through that ancient path. Sure Hao nodded. Now, he was finally going to return to the lower realms. Shi Xiling was extremely moved. He had already left the lower realms for many years. Today, he was finally going to return. He was extremely happy and excited. However, soon afterwards, his expression went dark. Because Grandpa 15 was still in Immortal Tomb, no way he could follow them back. This left him full of regrets, even feeling the urge to stay behind. Grandfather needs a few years at the very least to awaken. Let's go back first. Since we found the ancient path, there will be a chance to come back in the future. Sure Hao said. Shi Xiling nodded. This was the only way. He also knew that there would be too many dangers for his older son if he remained in the higher realms, because many people had their eyes on him, all of them great figures. If not for Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's two powerful individuals stopping Wind Clan's ancestor, a supreme being would have personally came down from the Nine Heavens to get rid of Sure Hao. What a pity! Underworld Earth, Heavenly Country. I haven't visited any of these places, didn't settle accounts with them yet. Sure Hao was quite regretful. Child, do not bother with these things for now. Let's just hurry back to the lower realms first. As long as we are at peace, then everything is fine, Qin Yining said. She was always extremely worried, scared that something unexpected would happen. It wasn't easy for her eldest son to come back alive from desolate border, She didn't wish to see anything bad occur. Xianxia nodded, temporarily forgetting all of this. It was because he knew that the 3,000 provinces still had ruined immortals, so he couldn't overlook the world yet. Xianxia and Qin Yining immediately left, starting to put everything in order in preparation for their trip back. Towards this, immortal Qin didn't stop them, allowing them to make their decisions themselves. What was surprising was that Xianxia was unmoved, still standing there, no intention of leaving. Xianxia was moved. He looked towards him, but didn't ask why he didn't pack his things. Older brother, I wish to stay here. With you looking after father and mother, I am at ease. I will stay in the 3,000 provinces, continue my cultivation in the higher realms. Xianxia said. He expressed his intentions to stay in the higher realms, continue cultivating here, because the lower realms were lacking in spiritual essence, great Tao incomplete, not suited to cultivation. When Xianxia heard this, he released a light sigh. He nodded, understanding his younger brother's intentions. Xianxia's situation was indeed troublesome. In terms of cultivation environment, the lower realm's 8 regions, no matter how one looked at it, couldn't compare to the higher realm's 3,000 provinces. Xianxia frowned. When the time comes, you should properly bid your goodbyes to father and mother. Talk things out. They will likely be reluctant to part with you. Older brother, if you go to the lower realms like this, your cultivation will... Xianxia was worried. This was a sincere worry. Now, his older brother already grew to an inconceivable degree. His future accomplishments limitless, breaking all records of this great era. If he headed down to the lower realms just like that, it would be the same as binding his own arms and legs, no benefits to his cultivation at all, perhaps even halting completely. Xianxia carefully thought for a bit, and then said, there will be some effects, but it won't necessarily stop my path. He then raised his head and said, for me, perhaps it is a type of necessary sharpening. Leaving the 3,000 provinces and heading to the lower realms prison wasn't only to hide from enemies, it could also be considered a different type of cultivation. However, he couldn't deny that the reason he was returning, aside from missing his homeland, the biggest reason was to avoid danger. He had to avoid Wind Clan, Wang Clan, Jin Clan, ruined immortals, and other powers. Apart from this, his trip to the lower realms was also truly because he wanted to temper his true self in an extreme environment. He had this type of confidence. His path was different from others, using the body as a seed. In the end, what he had to open was his own inner treasury, depend less on the greater heaven and earth. In reality, body as a seed was the most difficult path. The reason why there was this great type of great method was because there were some who believed that if the world changed, natural laws altered at that time, the situation of cultivators might become worrisome. Xianxia's trip to the lower realms this time could be considered a type of tempering. He was going to come down to the lower realms to sharpen himself, try to survive and break through in the worst environment, still become more powerful. What, my child? You are going to stay in the higher realms? When Qin Yining came back and learned of Xianxia's decision, her eyes immediately became red. She was extremely hurt, and also extremely surprised. She never thought that her second child would remain, not return with the family to their homeland. What is so good about cultivation? As long as you all are safe, our family stays together, then all is good. We can stay away from the disputes. There is no need to take risks in the higher realm. Qin Yining advised, eyes carrying tears. Xianxia helped her wipe her tears, saying, Mother, I want to become stronger. I don't want to spend my life in an ordinary manner. I know older brother will not either. He is only going to the lower realms to temporarily seclude himself. He will return sooner or later. Meanwhile, I will cultivate in the higher realms, wait for him. In the future, we will bring you all back as well. Child, what are you saying? Xianxia looked at him. He actually really wanted his second son to go back as well. We are cultivators, so since we have walked on this path, we need to take it to its end. Only by standing at the peak, becoming the most powerful, can we transcend beyond, overlook the world, become free and unrestrained. This world will become chaotic sooner or later. Temporary peace is but a notion. Me and my older brother are grasping precisely this short period of peace to cultivate. as we don't know when it will end. By quickly rising up, we can then use our strength to face any unpredictable future changes. Qin Hao's decision was firm. Shi Xiling and his wife opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. Shi Hao was also rather surprised, not expecting his younger brother to actually speak these words. He had matured quite a bit as expected. You need to take care of yourself. Shi Hao removed the long-life battle armor, returning it to his younger brother. Then, after thinking for a bit, he said, "Come with me for a bit." He wanted to pass on some life-saving measures, secret techniques, and other things to Qin Hao. These were secret methods and experiences he obtained after experiencing blood and flames. Just like that, Shi Hao stopped for 2 more days, instructing Qin Hao. Immortal Qin was happy to watch all of this. After all, he had invested quite heavily into Qin Hao, so he hoped to see Qin Hao stay behind. Thus, he naturally didn't disturb them. During these past 2 days, there were sects that paid them visits continuously, sending important gifts that were even more precious than before. It was clear that Shi Hao had slaughtered out his glory. Not even supreme being imprints were able to kill him, so it was easy to imagine that once he rose up, he would definitely become a supreme being. Of course, the battle of Spirit Realm was still the main reason, making even Immortal Palace suffer greatly, what happened completely impossible to predict. All sects were shaken, their hearts carrying fear. This is too awesome. There are so many spiritual medicines. Even if we eat a stalk a day, we could eat for a really long time. These weapons are all valuable with special origins. I like that halberd. The children who Shi Hao brought back from Desolate Border were all incredibly excited. They were all extremely happy during these past few days, in charge of organizing the gifts the clans sent over. The Golden Lion was also supervising this, sending piles of treasures separately into different spatial magical artifacts. During this period, there were people who came one after another, all of them great figures, higher-level individuals from different sects. It was to the extent where even sect lords and supreme elders of some sects, figures whose words carried tremendous weight back in their sects, arrived in Immortal Mountain just to see Shi Hao. Some of them came to apologize humbly, some to pull their relationship closer. They all knew that Huang was a hidden dragon, one who would rush into the heavens one day. Little friend, you really are worthy of being a dragon among men. In the future, your accomplishments will be immeasurable, someone praised in the reception room. During these 2 days, Shi Hao passed on secret methods to Qin Hao, not spending that much time with visitors. However, he was still rather careful with those from great sects, so he had no choice but to make a trip. Worthy young one, do you have a Dao companion? My humble self has a daughter at the age of 16, definitely a peerless beauty. In the reception room, a sect lord actually spoke out like this. He came from an extremely ancient and distant inheritance, actually directly trying to pull close the relationship like this. He still doesn't have one. Qin Yining was also here, even more direct, eyes even lightening up. It was because she wanted Shi Hao to get married earlier, leave behind children. Otherwise, these 2 sons of hers were both always getting in trouble these past few years, truly leaving her terrified. When Shi Xiling heard this, he was also moved, nodding. The 2 children's ambitions were great, both of them wishing to pierce the heavens, so he also wished to have some grandchildren earlier. In the future, those 2 sons could go wild in the world after. Haha, that is great news. My daughter has clear eyes and wonderful looks, beautiful and charming. Indeed a rare beauty. Shi Hao was speechless. He looked at Qin Hao first and then at his parents, saying, "Me and my younger brother's ages are similar. She can get married to him and take care of him. If we leave him alone in the higher realms, none of us will be able to feel at ease. My heart belongs to the Tao. Right now I do not have mortal thoughts." Qin Hao hurriedly shook his head. "The children are shy." Qin Yining laughed. Then, she gave those 2 brothers a few stern looks, and then brought that young lady over, extremely enthusiastic. Then, she was extremely fierce and also decisive, secretly transmitting to the 2 brothers, demanding that each one of them had to take a wife, or else she wouldn't agree. If you want to stay behind in the higher realms, you have to satisfy father and mother's wishes. Shi Hao glared out, looking towards Qin Hao. He couldn't argue with his parents, so he could only pressure Qin Hao. In reality, Shi Xiling and Qin Yining wished for Shi Hao to get married first, the most, have his own children. However, they knew that too many things happened to Shi Hao in the past. For example, his respected master Meng Tianzheng had just left the world. Fire Clan's close female friend Hualinger lost to the other side, so it wasn't easy to force him. However, when some other people came to pay a visit, Qin Yining changed her mind. Moreover, there was anger in her eyes. Celestial Clan's people actually came. Moreover, brought a young lady? Yes, it should be the young lady named Yun Shi. Someone replied. Celestial Clan wishes to ease the tension between us? I understand their intention. Have that child named Yun Shi stay behind. The rest can leave, Qin Yining said. She carried a wave of resentment inside, because she deeply understood how her eldest child went to City of Heaven precisely because he escorted that child named Yun Shi, yet in the end had his kindness repaid with malice. She didn't feel the slightest good feeling towards this clan. Today, now that the topic of her eldest son choosing a wife came up, this could be considered collecting debt. Celestial Clan came, making many people reveal a strange expression. Quite a few people had heard of the grudges between Huang and this clan. Shi Hao was a bit surprised. He had just brought away the clan's immortal stone, yet the other party already came knocking on their door. Was this really for easing the relationship? He reckoned the other side most likely wanted to ask for that immortal stone back. There was no way he would back off. This stone was too important for him. It could resonate with the void immortal gold steel, produce unmatched scriptures. If not for him always searching for a path back into the lower realms recently, he would have long started his research of it. Celestial Clan's elder wishes for a visit. Someone reported again. Earlier, Qin Yining carried anger, wishing to chase this clan's envoy out, only leaving behind Yun Shi. But in the end, Celestial Clan's experts didn't agree, still requesting a visit. All right, let them in, Qin Yining said. She also knew that the one the other side was scared of was Shi Hao, her eldest son, fearing that once he grew up, he would come to Celestial Clan to really settle everything. The reason she was angry, somewhat losing her cool, was because she felt sorry for Shi Hao. Back then, he had showed kindness, yet in the end, the other side almost tortured him to death. She wanted to use this chance to vent out her resentment, get repayment for her eldest son. Celestial Clan's elder came in. When he saw important figures from other great sects in the hall, even sect masters, he was deeply shocked. Previously, Celestial Clan's elder thought that he had already bowed his head a bit by not leaving even though he was refused, considered giving Immortal Mountain face. However, it now seemed like this could only be considered reasonable. Those who could become envoys were naturally gifted at speech. This elder from Celestial Clan was extremely polite, not mentioning past things, only tactfully expressing that they were willing to make some remunerations. What type? Shi Xiling asked coldly. He also had a clump of resentment stifled in his chest, feeling like he should act more harshly because of what the clan did back then. This elder secretly transmitted sound, claiming that they were willing to lend Shi Hao the flying immortal stone for now, as long as he returned it in the future. Towards this, Shi Xiling faced it indifferently. Shi Hao laughed, not saying anything. It was because this was his spoils of war. As for whether or not he would accept or reject Celestial Clan, that'll depend on his mood. Celestial Clan's elder side. He knew that this immortal stone would most likely be forever gone. Perhaps they could only entrust their hopes onto Yun Shi. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he braced himself and brought up the events of the past, saying that Celestial Clan was too impulsive, that they shouldn't have troubled Huang. Moreover, he carefully expressed that Yun Shi and Shi Hao were on good terms before, close friends, so they were now willing to send her with Shi Hao down into the lower realms. There were still emissaries from other great sects and even sect masters here. These words originally should have been discussed in private, but Qin Yining didn't give him the chance, only receiving Celestial Clan's emissary under this type of situation, which was why he could only remain here. In the palace, many people revealed surprised expressions, quite a few people directly starting to discuss among themselves. making Celestial Clan's experts' face become red with heat. It was because Celestial Clan was a great sect. Even if it declined now, its reputation was still there. In the archaic years, it contended for the title of emperor in the 3,000 provinces. Even though they couldn't be compared to before now, they still had their prestige, their backing, leftover glory. However, today they had to lower their stance like this. It really did leave others shaken. A purple-clothed young lady walked into the palace hall. Her long purple hair hanging down. Skin spotlessly white and brilliant. Eyes large, slender and elegant. She was truly captivating. Beauty hiding the moon and shaming the flowers. This type of beauty didn't need many words to describe it. It made a few elders reveal expressions of shock, inwardly shaken. One had to understand that these individuals were old monsters who had lived for an endless amount of time, long unaffected by secular ideals. Xianxia's complexion was rosy, feeling extremely embarrassed, at the same time carrying irritation. She felt like coming to Qin clan like this, showing herself in the hall was extremely humiliating. Towards the clan's arrangements, she was extremely opposed. In the past, her relationship with Xianxia was extremely close, but now, she was pushed out by the clan. It wasn't a type of equal association. When she thought of their past relationship, and then looked at the current situation, she found it a bit hard to speak. Xianxia, have a seat here. Xianxia invited her to have a seat, not willing to see her being stared at, being embarrassed here either. He felt like Celestial Clan was too impractical actually doing this type of thing, not considering how Xianxia felt at all. If it was him in her place, he would definitely feel like this crossed the line, that it was embarrassing. Elder, I am not an item. I am a flesh and blood celestial. Xianxia didn't say this out loud, but instead transmitted sound. She was resisting, but she still didn't wish for others to hear her, make Celestial Clan into a laughingstock. However, those gathered here were all experts, some able to intercept messages. At the very least, those set masters and supreme elders could do it, because her cultivation level was still not enough. Xianxia naturally heard this as well. When Celestial Clan's elder saw the change in expression of some people's faces, he immediately knew what happened, his face falling. He was also a bit upset. Celestial Clan was losing face today again. I am still rather fond of this child. Just leave her here. You can leave. Qin Yining said, even though her cultivation couldn't compare to Celestial Clan's elder, her own son was enough to threaten them. Thus, she spoke out, moreover full of confidence. This wasn't bullying others too far, but rather facing Celestial Clan coldly. The other clan already did all those things, so why would she face them with respect? The situation immediately became a bit rigid. After all, this was Celestial Clan, a great clan who used to be called an emperor clan in the 3,000 provinces, extremely influential. That was why some people tried to smooth things over. Soon afterwards, a few other clans came over to pay a visit. It was because they all knew that Xianxia might leave any day now. It was rare for him to actually show up in Immortal Mountain, so they all came to pull their relationship closer. What was shocking was that even someone from Demonic Sunflower Garden came. They didn't send over any gifts, their attitudes ordinary, not like they wanted to dissolve any grudges. They only came here to listen to the situation. Then someone from Underworld Earth came, still rather polite. Even though that black skeleton carried Underworld Death energy, they still sent over some gifts. Someone from Heavenly Country also came, the gifts ordinary, attitude a bit cold, clearly here just to learn more about the situation. These people's arrival left many people shocked. At the very least, it expressed that these great clans didn't plan to worsen their relationship with Huang in the short term. In these people's eyes, Huang's rise could no longer be stopped. They felt that their grudge with Huang back then was too great, normally difficult to dissolve. It seemed like most of them had privately reached some type of agreement. Even though these clans didn't seem all that friendly, it left more sects shocked, thus causing a group of people to come. Western sect's duo Mo's carriage has arrived. Someone reported. Many people were shaken when they heard this. This was a powerful individual from Western sect, his status venerable, extremely formidable. He had lived for an endless amount of time. Duo Mo arrived. He wore a set of worn silk clothes that were scarlet red like blood. many golden threads weaved into it. It was already quite worn, giving one an ancient and profound feeling. Many people were shocked. This should be an ancient figure from the last great era. What he wore was a protective precious artifact from the ancient monk bloodline, a Xianxia. Duo Mo brought some gifts, including a bead that lacked luster. It was light yellow with black stripes. As a result, the eyes of the fearless lion at House side became sharp, staring fiercely at it without letting it go. This was a pellet of ancient monk ashes, absolutely priceless, yet it ended up being gifted to House. Many people were moved. The remnants of an ancient monk from the last great era. Every single item was precious, let alone the final Dao bones left behind after destruction, which were even more astonishing. Regardless of how great the grudge there was between us, with these ashes, it should be enough to dissolve it. The golden lion inwardly gulped, staring rigidly at it. Western sect was deep and immeasurable, only they could gift this type of thing. How didn't act overly polite, directly accepting it. Then, what left all sides shocked was that the visitors who came afterwards came from Desolate Border. There were visitors from Tugu Yulong's family, as well as Wei family, Four Phoenix's family. These were all but long-life families. Of course, Tugu Yulong and the other younger generation individuals didn't come, still roaming about the nine heavens. They wouldn't return for quite some time. This triggered a commotion. Even people from long-life families appeared, coming here to see him off. This left a few inheritances from the 3,000 provinces deeply shaken, becoming even more prudent and careful. They now knew that Huang's battle accomplishment in Imperial Pass was even more dazzling than the rumors, or else this wouldn't be the case. Then, someone from Heaven Mending sect came. This was the inheritance from the 3,000 provinces, affiliated with the Nine Heavens Heaven Mending Dao. They sent over a letter, informing how that Yuchan and Qing Yi were preparing to merge together, become one. If How had the time, he could wait a bit, because she would then come down to the 3,000 provinces. Heaven Mending Sect's people not only sent over a letter, they also spoke tactfully, extremely polite when conversing with Qin Yining. Everyone was moved. How powerful was Heaven Mending Sect? They had the Nine Heavens Heaven Mending Dao to rely on. This tree really had deep roots, a long life undying inheritance behind them. Their holy lady definitely couldn't be married to others. Yet now, it seemed like they were clearly loosening up. It really is laughable. Just a dead person, yet you all are going to such great efforts to neutralize the grudge. Is there even a need? Right at this time, an extremely cold laugh sounded right outside Qin clan, shaking the skies. The sound spread like ocean waves, rippling outwards. Everyone was shocked. Those who came were all powerful individuals, moreover formidable figures. Quite a few of them revealed startled expressions. It was because they knew that a vicious individual finally came. All this time, there were some who believed that not everyone was willing to accept the situation, that there would definitely be people who would show their hostility towards Huang before he left, maybe even clash with him head-on. Now, this scene really did appear. In the skies, there was a wave of bloodiness lingering about, the scarlet multicolored light lighting up the skies. It was also as if a dark red spider lily blossomed, extremely sinister. Heavenly country. There were some who were shocked. This was the aura of a heavenly country's assassin. When important figures from this clan moved out, they would often produce these types of scenes, indicating that there was going to be killing and slaughter. Of course, this type of situation was rarely seen because they liked to move through the darkness, attack from behind. Rarely did they appear from the front. Only when they believed that there was not much to have misgivings over, that they could directly dominate their opponent, would they appear like this, put on a powerful display. Immortal Qin spoke up, moreover standing out, looking outside the palace. Outside Qin clan's mountain gate, a blood color spread, a powerful divine force rippling outwards, already about to rush inside. Dao friend Qin, you've overthought things. We didn't come to deal with Qin clan, but rather that little evil creature, How. It has nothing to do with anyone else. A cold voice sounded from the void, bloody mist immediately surging powerfully. You've crossed the line. This is my Qin clan. That child is my clan's descendant. Immortal Qin walked out from the palace, looking into the depths of the thick blood cloud. As for sure how, he had also stood up, long walking outside the palace. Everyone revealed expressions of shock. If it was just heavenly country doing this, then it really was too great of a risk. This was, unless the legends related to heavenly country's origins were true. Otherwise, they might have ended up kicking a metal plate. Heavenly country's vice sect master, someone said quietly, sensing that aura, knowing who it was that arrived. It wasn't heavenly country's sect master, but rather just a vice sect master? Some people revealed a strange expression, feeling that things were a bit strange. Immortal Mountain seems to be quite bold. We do not wish to become enemies with you, however, Dao friend Qin, you most likely won't be able to protect him. This time, it won't matter no matter who it is that comes. In the bloody mist, that voice continuously sounded. Immortal Qin's face darkened. This was just a vice sect master, yet he dared speak to him like this. His great sleeve shook. With a honglong noise, the world exploded. Crazy winds swept over, moreover bringing forth large amounts of lightning. However, that place was completely quiet, all of the wind and lightning sucked away. Qin clan's Dao friend, is there a need to get angry? An aged voice sounded, coming from someone else. Who? Some Qin clan experts shouted out. They felt a wave of pressure, a shadow appearing over their minds. The aura and fluctuations were too shocking, hard for all of them to bear, making them all feel extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a 10,000 gene boulder weighing down on their chest. Even Shurhao was shaken, feeling like things weren't good. Hee hee. The laughter was extremely carefree. The voice also aged. A figure appeared, wrapped within white mist, mysterious and powerful. When he slightly exerted his power, all of Qin clan's ancient land shook, mountains and valleys about to collapse. Fortunately, there were great formations protecting this clan, with shocking symbols defending this place. Otherwise, everything would be destroyed. All of the mountains and rivers turned to dust. This was a supreme being, a powerful creature, yet he actually personally appeared, arriving in Qin clan. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, shaken up, feeling a huge headache. They felt like the situation was not good. Behind that figure appeared an ancient palace, its surface covered in copper rust, grand and imposing, extremely large, realistic, and terrifying. Many people were horrified, recognizing what it was. It was actually Immortal Palace. Needless to say, everyone knew who it was that came. It was the Lord of Immortal Palace, the most ancient existence, this inheritance's most powerful individual, a supreme being. They all said that he had lived for an endless amount of time, strength terrifying, existing since the ancient times, but recently, he rarely showed himself, always hiding in the bronze Immortal Palace, because his lifespan was nearing its end. Who would have thought that he would appear today, leaving the ancient palace? Moreover, they saw that this bronze Immortal Palace was a projection, not a tangible body, yet it still released wisps of immortal power. Everyone sensed that things were troublesome today. Even Dao friend has showed yourself. You really are regarding a younger generation highly. Immortal Qin sighed. Immortal Palace's existence was immeasurable. If one was only talking about combat power, there might not be anyone in the 3,000 provinces within the mortal Dao who could suppress him. Since I've come, you should know that I won't return empty-handed. Immortal Palace's supreme being said. Immortal Qin raised his head, carefully looking at that white lump of white mist, saying, however, my Immortal Mountain isn't a place that can be easily pushed around either. Everyone here became quiet. When it involved a battle at this level, no one dared to rashly get involved, because there was a danger of sects being wiped out at every turn. They all knew that even though Immortal Mountain's lord wasn't a supreme being, he still had confidence in his backing. There was a sect protecting supreme treasure here, an unmatched magical artifact, 5-phase mountain. Its origins were too extraordinary. Not only was it an immortal Dao magical artifact, it also carried unimaginable mysteries. It was rumored that it was discovered in a certain damaged ancient world. On its surface, there were previously countless remains of gods and devils, all of them produced by it. It previously bore the weight of gods and devils. It was rumored that it might be a world-opening artifact. Of course, only certain people had heard about this before. This type of magical artifact were extremely few in number, different from immortal artifacts in the normal meaning. It was naturally produced from primal chaos. Even though it might not necessarily be able to stop an immortal artifact, it touched upon the foundations of a realm. It was unimaginably ancient, could possibly even be traced back to before immortal ancient, full of mysteries. It was quiet and silent in that damaged cosmos, drifting through the endless years, eventually brought back by immortal Qin. When it was discovered, the scene was terrifying. On those peaks that were like 5 fingers, there were gods everywhere, all of them corpses of the most primitive deities. Unfortunately, they had long died. However, this was enough for them to deduce many things. These were produced by 5-phase mountain. If not for the mountain seemingly being sealed, it would be more powerful than it was now. I know Dao friend wishes to borrow the power of the immortal mountain, undo its seal. However, this time things are different. Huang has offended a true immortal. Immortal Palace's supreme being said coldly. When this voice sounded, everyone felt a bone-penetrating coldness. Everyone knew what happened. Immortal Palace had a ruined immortal, the true origin of an inheritance. This was already no longer a secret. Recently, news have been passed around that something unexpected happened to the ruined immortal. Huang, you still aren't coming out? Get out here now and accept the law decree. Right at this time, Immortal Palace's elder shouted. Hong Long. The void exploded. Outside Qin clan, that world collapsed. There was a golden law decree that appeared, carrying immortal energy, as well as unmatched might, descending here. Even if there were formations protecting this place, countless people in Qin clan couldn't endure the pressure, all of them trembling from their soul, shuddering all over. That law decree didn't have killing intent, nor was there any true magical force, only a type of mysterious might. In the end, the legs of countless people weakened, falling onto the ground with pew-pew noises. Even sect masters and others were included among these. Hong Long. Sure how's body shone. He drew the everlasting sword core, protecting his parents, using this divine weapon to resist, not letting his loved ones kneel. At the same time, 5 streaks of divine light shot out from the depths of Qin clan, scattering about Qin clan, withstanding that power, making everyone's trembling stop. Otherwise, no one could withstand it. Everyone was horrified. This was the law decree of a ruined immortal. There was no need to even think about it. It was actually this powerful. Who could contend against this? Now, it seemed like only 5-phase mountain could stop it. The strength of people wasn't its match. Ruined immortal, in spirit realm I destroyed its imprint. Now, it has the nerve to have me accept its decree. Sure how said. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Even though they had heard the rumors, also had their suspicions, when they received verification, they were still endlessly shaken. Many people were stunned. Huang was so heaven-defying. Did he really destroy the imprint of a ruined immortal? In the eyes of some people, it was definitely because spirit realm suppressed the ruined immortal. They must have fought at the same level, and that was why the ruined immortal suffered greatly. However, despite this being the case, it still proved Huang's power. Did even someone with the aptitude to become a true immortal feel inferior? A rain of light descended. The law decree in the void was brilliant, shining like a golden sun, rushing in all directions, incomparably divine. There were some ancient characters on it that rushed out, engraving themselves in the void, releasing rumbling noises. The rough meaning was that it demanded that Sure How headed to Immortal Palace to confess his crimes. If he went, would he still be able to remain alive? There was no need to think about the result. Brazen youngster, you are going to disrespect the decree? Immortal Palace's supreme being shouted. This old one even dares slaughter ruined immortals. Why would I be scared of some waste paper? Sure How completely threw caution to the wind, because even if he bowed down, there wouldn't be a good ending. These words left everyone shocked. This really was challenging a ruined immortal.